I saw a friend recently, and he asked me why I hadn't called him. I told him I can't call everyone I want because my new phone has no 5 on it. And he asked me how long I had the phone, but I couldn't tell him because my calendar has no 7s on it. I like to reminisce with people I don't know. I once locked my keys out of my car. I had to break out of my car with a coat hanger. But on the other side of that, I met this wonderful girl at Macy's recently. She was buying clothes and I was putting slinkies on the escalator. One time I locked my keys in the car, but it was alright. I was still inside. I recently replaced the headlights in my car with strobe lights, so it looks like I'm the only one that's moving. I saw a bank that said 24-hour banking, but I don't have time for that. And these are just a few things I wanted to share. I was thinking of some other ones, but sometimes I don't, you know? Sometimes they're even just too corny for me. But anyway, man, hey, I want to welcome you. By the way, this is KJ Osborne, and I want to welcome you, yes, you, to the show. Thank you guys so much for being here. I appreciate you guys hanging out for another episode of KJ's What Happened. We take a look back on the week and all the things that happen, covering a lot of different angles that we don't get to see in other places, I'd say. So it's a bit of a potpourri, if you will, a cornucopia of information and visuals. So thanks for being here, guys. Oh yeah, and happy 111. You know how this is November 1st. Can you believe it? We made it to November. Hope you guys had a good October. Had a good night last night on Spooky Night. You know, I don't know how many of you participate in that or do anything at all, or maybe you just hung out with friends or something like that, but hopefully you had a good, safe time. And also, hopefully you had a chance to see my new video. I just dropped a brand new video, fresh out of the oven, piping hot, yesterday. So hope you had a chance to see that. Please do. Some interesting things I wanted to share in there. I thought the arch thing was really wild when I saw that news bit with Trump. I was like, wow, do they even know what that is? Of course they do, I think. But yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting. So yeah, please check out the new video. Thank you very much. Good to see you, Tamara. Thanks for being here, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Hope you had a good week. And good to see everybody filing in, man. So yeah, hope everything's going good for you. Had a great week and all that stuff. Ready for November. Happy 111. However, today is supposed to be the day that food stamps ran out here in America, apparently. And nothing was done about it last minute. I was thinking they may try to pull something last minute and save it or something, but they didn't. And so, yeah. So, you know, will we see mass chaos today? Maybe periodically throughout the show, we'll just check out, you know, some news real quick, like a mainstream news thing or something, to see if there's any reporting or something like that. Maybe we'll dash around a bit and see if we see anything. Hope not, though. Pray against it. I don't want it. It's not a good thing to have people out there doing that, getting crazy, man. Especially not in America. Too many Americans, you know, they're packing, so you got to watch out. All right. All that being said, thanks again for being here, y'all. Let's jump in. I'm going to start off with some headlines from End Time Headlines. Excuse me, YouTube channel. Website. iRobot becoming a reality. Humanoid robot capable of doing your chores is set to roll out. I think I've got a video of this coming up. They actually have a video out there showing some of the things this thing does. Let me see if it's here. But I do believe I've got something coming up. Anyway, I'll read a little bit here. Having a robot housekeeper like Rosie from the Jetsons isn't all that far-fetched. In fact, it's becoming a reality, but with a few caveats. Neo is a humanoid robot designed to take on daily chores like taking out the trash, tidying rooms, and offer personalized assistance. It was created by 1X, an artificial intelligence and robotics company out of Palo Alto, California. October 28th, just a few days ago, they announced the robot is now available for pre-order. I think it's going for 20 grand. It states, "We believe that to truly understand the world and grow in intelligence, humanoid robots must live and learn alongside us." Oh boy, that is so wrong. That's why we're focused on developing Neo, our flagship product, a friendly home robot designed to integrate seamlessly into everyday life and handle chores for you. So, yeah, they want it to be in there and learn, like kind of on the job also by watching everything you do, right? Neo is engineered from the ground up for safety, it says, whatever. All right. It says it can lift up to 154 pounds, can carry 55 pounds, has a 4-hour battery life, and it's capable of charging itself. Has 4 microphones, 3 speakers, and fisheye cameras for vision. And just imagine, oh, yeah, I think it's in here. It says if you're away from home, you can open up the Neo app and see what the robot is up to from its point of view. It comes with a machine washable suit, customizable shoes, and is available in tan, gray, and dark brown. Capable of performing, when it arrives, it's capable of performing basic tasks autonomously when the owner speaks to it or enables it through the app, like opening doors, turning lights on and off, and fetching items. There's something else here. Let's see. Neo's autonomy improves real-world experience. What happens is, here it is, for now, that means that more complex chores will require a human teleoperator to see inside a person's home in order to teach Neo to complete tasks until the robot knows how to do them. That, of course, brings up concerns of the owners sacrificing privacy if a 1X employee can see into someone's home through the eyes of the robot. So that's what I was getting at. So, yeah. That's just a nightmare. This is Black Mirror type stuff in real life. Just allowing some rando tech out there. And I imagine way more than just one person. I would imagine, the way people are. Just sitting there looking into your house, walking around like a robot, staring into your home, looking around through all your stuff when you're not around. I mean, who knows, right? It's really creepy. So, no thanks. Humanoid construction robots are rolling out for construction jobs. A new McKinsey & Company report warns the construction industry is to gear up for humanoid robots, predicting they could handle up to 30% of labor tasks by 2035. Wow. 10 years, eh? The report, called The Future of Humanoid Robots in Construction, highlights rapid advancements in robotics driven by AI and battery improvements. Robots could automate repetitive jobs like material handling and finishing work. Prototypes deploy by 2027. Wow. Widespread adoption by, there's that 2030 again. Seems to be an agenda around that, right? High initial costs, 50 grand to 100 per unit, and skill gaps in programming. Boston Dynamics. Robot testing. Okay. All right. So there we go, but I always call this the post-human existence. Personally, it's like they're preparing for something, right? Or a bunch of somethings. Pentagon orders National Guard to establish quick reaction forces for potential civil unrest and riots. Yeah, there's that. Let's see if it has to do with today. No, but there is a spread. I mean, it is interesting, isn't it? How just over the last few months, we've seen this uptick of more and more, military spreading, or National Guard military spreading into neighborhoods and communities. And then today we have the end of the benefits. So it's funny how that works. But we'll see. Again, not wanting anything bad to happen. And also, let us know in live chat. I haven't even looked at live chat yet, so let me bring that up here. And let us know, please, if any of y'all open up any other tabs, go check some news. If you see any news on any stuff happening out there due to the, the lack of benefits, please let us know. Much appreciated. Oh, Static Driver also 33, Christopher. Man, thank you, man, a zillion times. It's incredibly generous of you. Thank you for that. He gave subscriptions to a bunch of y'all, so just incredibly generous. Thanks, I appreciate it. Thank you all for memberships. I'm looking into it. I'm trying to figure out things to do in there and all that, but just thank you very much. And anyway, you support the work out there, folks. Thanks. All right, enough about me. Back to the show. See, I don't know about this. Oh, well, I guess they have to throw the race in because she brought the race in, but it says a black woman threatens to hunt down, roast, and I mean, that doesn't mean yo mama jokes. That's something else. So roast and eat those darn... those people, those white people, are going to get you. She said she'll do that if the government assistance is taken away. So, this is just one of many of these crazy stories out there. It's not always just a racial thing either. I saw apparently there's tons of the unwelcome visitors who are getting these benefits also. That's one thing to consider. And I guess there's more of them and white people, apparently, percentage-wise. But we do see way more of the videos, from some of the black folks who are kind of piped up. But then, luckily, you see just as many videos from other black people talking that stuff down, saying, that's not the way. So we got to not let them turn it into a racial thing. It's definitely, I think, a big part of the system, trying to put us into that kind of mindset. And I always just try to remember we're brothers and sisters in Christ, no matter what you look like, where you're from, what your sex is, whatever it is, man, who cares? It's like we're connected in Jesus. Doesn't mean we're going to agree on everything and whatever, but we still love each other and encourage each other and hope that others find him as well. Hope and pray and try to plant seeds. Bombshell footage shows mystery UFO-like aircraft being tested in secret experiments at U.S. weapons base. This is a really cool image. I guess that's the one they got, but it's kind of blurry there. But it's really interesting, and I've seen this one. You see the ship right there, the disc. I'll see if there's a link. There it is. But I had seen this probably a month ago, and I just kind of assumed it wasn't real for some reason at the time, but then I guess it's starting to get a lot of traction here. So what is that? Is that a beam? That's why it's hard to say. Hard to make out what that could be. Wow, it's a good shot though. It's a real ship. It's a real craft. And it's hard to, what is that? But is that supposed to be is it a statue? Is that white part, is that a long arm thing that's attached to that at the top? Maybe. Some weird statue. And it looks like it's shooting a beam down. I'm starting to think that might be it. See? But it's tricky, isn't it? From a little bit of distance, it's like, whoa. Shooting a huge white beam down, but see what I mean? I think it's a statue. Maybe I'm wrong. Now it looks like it's lower to the ground. So maybe I'm wrong. Spoke too soon. I guess this is additional footage from out there. There's that white thing. Looks like a beam. An aircraft emerged from below. So there's that thing again. Maybe it's not a statue. I don't know. Spoke too soon. Look, it looks like something's down there. See a little light at the bottom of it there for a second? Right there. I don't know. Very strange. Not sure what to make of it. Let's see here. Bombshell footage. Let's see. The clip shows what appears to be a dark wing-shaped object mounted at the top of a white pillar. Yeah. Shot from a distance. Atop a white pillar. It was inside the Lockheed Hellendale facility. Let's see. I'm not seeing anything else, really, but yeah, it's interesting, though, huh? Okay. Moving on. Wow, there's a helicopter right above me. Do you hear that helicopter? Listen. It's a helicopter. Listen. Dang. It's like right over us. I bet it's the loony bin, because they've been sending the vans and they can never find chubs. Maybe they're going to helicopters now. All right, next story. AI models may be developing their own survival drive. Advanced AI systems are exhibiting behaviors eerily reminiscent of science fiction, resisting shutdown commands and even sabotaging them to stay operational, according to new research. Whoa. This survival behavior intensified when models were warned that shutdown meant you will never run again. Palisade noted ambiguities and prompts couldn't fully explain it, pointing instead to training phases that might embed self-preservation instincts. Survival behavior could be one explanation of why models resist shutdown, the researchers wrote. And I was just about to say HAL 9000, but here the next sentence. The echoes of HAL 9000 from 2001: A Space Odyssey, who plotted against astronauts to avoid deactivation, are hard to ignore. Right? So there we have it. End time headlines. You can read this whole article here if you like. It's interesting, but yeah, not surprising. We know that's all a part of that final system, right? Digital. Everything digital. And the demons will run amok, yeah. Joe Rogan says he enjoys going to church and hearing the teachings of Christ. Just like, wow. Joe Rogan, host known for his eclectic discussions, recently opened up about his growing appreciation for church and Christianity. In a candid conversation on the Joe Rogan Experience, he shared his enjoyment of attending services and his admiration for Jesus Christ, highlighting the profound benefits of faith in a secular world. It's so cool that he's coming around, you know. Pray for him. Rogan described his positive experiences at church, emphasizing its communal and introspective nature. He says, I do too. It's a bunch of people that are going to try to make their lives better. They're trying to be a better person, and they're trying to, I mean, for me at least, the place that I go to, they read and analyze passages in the Bible. He says, I'm really interested in what these people were trying to say because I don't think it's nothing. He views these gatherings not as dogmatic rituals, but as opportunities for genuine self-improvement and intellectual engagement with ancient texts. Man, that's a good way to look at it. Challenging the dismissive attitudes of some atheists, Rogan pushed back against labeling Christianity as mere fairy tales. Says there's a lot of atheists and secular people that just like to dismiss Christianity as being foolish. He says, it's just fairy tales. I hear that amongst self-professed intelligent people. Like it's a fairy tale. Like I don't know if that's true. He says, I think there's more to it. I think it's a history, but I think it's a confusing history. And it goes on and on. So you can check more on that or go look up the video of him talking about it. Good, yeah. I always pray for all these guys, especially the ones with big platforms. Just reach more people. We got some Mavi, just a few from Mavi UFO Alarm. This one right here is just really interesting, I thought. Let's check this out because you guys remember there's a famous painting from centuries ago, and I think it's in the center. I think it's Jesus, or it's another religious figure, all right, like Christian religious figure. But then up to the left and the right, up in the sky, it looks like there's these beings inside of these UFOs, and they look like these stars, right? You guys remember that? It's pretty famous. I'll have to find it again, but that's what this right here reminded me of that. Some of those old ancient pictures where they see these UFOs and they look like stars and there's people flying them, inside of them. I'm not saying that's what that is, just what I was thinking when I saw this. It was from, wow, just October 30th. So just a few days ago. Wow, we're in November. It's crazy. Thanksgiving coming up. Holiday season, isn't it? So yeah, I thought that's a good capture. And then there's this one, which is pretty bizarre. This is in America, in Utah, October 27th. Look at that. What do you think? Almost looks like a rock. A floating rock. Mega Madre, thank you so much. Says, I pray for all family in the chat. May God use us all instruments to help one another and further the kingdom. Love you, KJ. Appreciate your time spent with us. Hey, love you too. Thank you. You're welcome. And I appreciate that. Good to see you. And I missed somebody too, so let me keep going here. Oh, Bud Beasy. Hey, man, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Good to see you also. And thanks again, Christopher, anti-dumbass, but I remember him as Static Driver. But man, thank you. All right, now here's another one that looks kind of like the first one we saw that reminds me of... No, this is something else, but still. What's crazy is, look, it turned into a UFO at the very end of it. Did you see that? Yeah, watch right here to the end of it. Watch closely. And it looks like it's just falling apart, right? At first, and you think, okay, it's just like, going to disintegrate. We see a lot of that. But not so much. Then, keep watching. Whoa. There it is. That's a pretty fancy entrance, I gotta say. Because look, right there it is. You can even see the outline of it. Look at that. And then they just disappear. The orbs. It's always the orbs. Same one, or is this a different one? Because there's a couple of... Maybe this is one of the Russian ones. There's a couple green things seen in Russia. Green, they said green meteors or comets or whatever. Did you guys ever see that movie Night of the Comet? Old school 80s movie. Awesome movie. All right, we'll go ahead and move on, but that's pretty cool, isn't it? Pretty interesting how that works. And then let me see where this is. This is San Diego, October 11th. Check this one out. That. It's under the water. That is under the water. Let me see if there's audio. Oh, yeah. I guess back to the music. But still, that's what the... It's like an octopus, doesn't it? Glowing octopus. You decide. Would you eat that? If you're hungry enough, would you fish that thing out and eat it? It's weird. Looks like one of the... Up in the sky, if it was all black, it'd look like one of those berserkers. Or dementors. I don't know. Maybe that's just a normal function of some of these octopus. Another one from Mavi. Let's check a few of these out. Oh yeah, look at this one. Really, really crazy. China, October 28th. Mere days ago. And this is such a weird one. What do you guys think when you see that? Look at that. Now look at those hard edges. Looks like a city in the sky, doesn't it? It's weird because in China, there's 3 or 4 videos out there you can find, some going back to like 2012 or so, that I know of. There might be more, of people in China filming these different cities in the sky. And they don't always look like this. It's the first time I've seen one that looks like this, where it looks like a bunch of buildings up there, you know, like high rises or whatever, with some of the lights on in the offices and some of them are off, and you know, regular thing you'd see. And then to the left, not sure, that looks like almost like a, you know, is that kind of a cube, like a transparent-ish cube or whatever? I don't know. It's hard to say. We'll see though. Maybe it turns into something. All right, didn't that look like a city? Some kind of a weird digital grid. It's those hard edges that really make it stand out. Man, that's a good capture though. Very strange. I think that's the best shot we got of it. What else I had on here? I think that was it on this one. Mavi UFO Alarm YouTube channel. Check them out. Hardest working YouTube or UFO paranormal supernatural video clip collector that I've ever seen. So it's nice. I appreciate it. This is in Italy, or Italia, it says. October 27th, 2025. From Jack. It says, object remains stationary in the sky before the camera turns off. Okay, I thought this... There you go. It's a little better. All right. Okay, this is it. This is from October 22nd, Colorado. Look at that. That's weird. But anytime, you know, I see stuff that's only on the clouds, I'm always thinking it's the beam above. Ever since the whole ghost light thing, and that's just kind of where I'm at mostly with it. Not all the time, because there's also the cloud walkers. There's been other really cool anomalies in the clouds that I think are probably more supernatural or paranormal. But anyway, that's just me. All right, I think that's about it on this one. Got a couple more from Mavi. Usually it comes later in the show, but just kind of flipped it around this time. All right. Yeah, look at this. We get a few on this one. From Honduras, October 25th. Days ago. You'll see it in a second. I hope. There it is. So now you see it's pretty far away, but also, I don't know. Look, now on the left side, it looks pretty low, actually, pretty close to the top of the trees. Man, that looks like some weird 70s sci-fi thing. I don't know. Some weird drone. What do you think? It's got the pyramid on the bottom. I don't know what that is. Exhaust? So, oh, see, there you go. He is pretty far away. Take that back. I don't know. What do you think that is in live chat? I know, it's hard to tell. It really is. There we go. He gets in pretty close. Oh, yeah, there you go. Good shot. Look at that. See what I mean when I said some weird 70s sci-fi, I don't know, something, when I first looked at it? But, whoa. Let's see. Wow, he gets right up there. Look at that. Right close to it. So yeah, let me know in live chat or comments later if you're watching later what you guys think this is. Look at that. It looks like face. If it's hard to say, maybe we'll get a better, more of a view over on the right here. 'Cause if so, it looks like it'll be it has two big black eyes, and that's what I'm thinking. It's hard to we don't get that side though. Let's see. That's super creepy if it's just some huge floating head. Some huge floating reptile-like head. And we were just looking to say the right profile there. You know? So yeah, I don't know. That's a good one though. Good one. Good capture. Get this. I think that was it. We'll go and move on. Hard to top that last one. You know, that's why I like this. Sometimes you'll find things like that over here with Mavi that I just don't see anywhere else, and just some good, good collecting. Appreciate it. This first one here is the main one I think we're going to look at. This is North Carolina, America. Shout out to North Carolina. Spent a lot of time there. Went to college years ago. But what could this be? It's in Willow Springs, October 15th, 2025. I don't know what that could be. See if we can... I don't know. I mean, just, what does your mind tell you? I mean, to me, on the left side, it looks like a rooster, like a right profile of a rooster. I know, it makes no sense, but that's what I see. That's the head on the right side, his wing is up, then there's his back side there, and then he's got his feet down there, and then it looks like there's two, something like similar type whatever, creatures, I don't know. It's got they're up on their hind legs, those are tails sticking out. I know it makes no sense. I'm just saying what I first think when I look at this stuff. So I don't know. I'm not saying that that's what any of this stuff is. Yeah, see, it's like some of these things come around. It's like, what in the heck are we looking at? It doesn't make sense. That's the replay. Good replay. Slow-mo replay. Like it. I mean, we're right on top of it now. Look at this. Like that. I'm really curious. I'm going to look. Somebody says Blue Jay. Not seeing anything you recognize. Swarm of bugs. World Series aliens. Maple leaf and two feathers. Good one. Birds maybe perched in the air. Yeah. Oh, and Jay Bundy, thank you very much, man. I appreciate that. Sorry, I just saw that, but thank you. Somebody said, this is JD Bundy, says, I just watched Mavi videos. Some of them look like trash bags, and then some are like, what the... Yeah, I don't know. All right, we'll go and move on, though. I think that was the main one I wanted to show you. Oh, wait. Yeah. Check this out. Forgot about this. If this is what I was... Oh, never mind. Yeah, there you go. Oh no, never mind. Those are uh, police cars down there. I thought it was something up in the sky. I was like, that's cool. All right, Mavi UFO, thank you for your service in that respect. It says, meanwhile, in the UK, you cannot make this stuff up. This is the country that we live in. Let's see what this young man has to say. Yeah, this is really wild. Anybody out there enjoy a nice glass of Coca-Cola every now and then? Anybody?
So I received a knock on my door about 2 o'clock this morning from two local police officers, can you believe it, from the local Beckenham police station down here, who had actually seen my video. They want to...
That's not good.
Police station down.
All right, let me check some other audio here. Make sure we're good. Maybe it was just that clip.
Over there, I'm gonna see if I can film this and keep showing up.
Oh, what's going on here? Oh, that's something I was watching. That's Jonathan. Let me try to find another video to play. Yeah, something's up. Let me check my my audio. Let me check what's going on here, okay? Give me 1 second. Starting to act up a little bit. Yeah. Okay, guys, here's what I'm going to need to do is I'm going to have to do a real quick little reset here. So you guys hang out tight. I'm going to go silent just for a little bit. All right, just for maybe about a minute or so, and I'll be right back, okay? And we should fix it, but for some reason my audio is starting to mess up, and it wasn't going bad on the Mavi videos, so, you know, it just kind of happened. So I'll be right back, okay? All right. Testing. You should be able to hear me, but let me go check my audio here. Okay, so that sounded good. It's all right. Let's see how this goes now. Thanks again for your patience there, you guys. Sorry I had to run for a second, but you know, something got weird there for a little bit with the audio. So let's do this. Let's try and see how it sounds.
And
yeah.
it was.
Okay, good. So we're all good. Let me come back, check with you guys. Thanks again for your patience. It sounds like we're back on. So let's see. I'll just go ahead and I'll jump ahead here. Mix it up a little bit. We'll come back to all those later. And look at this. It says it's only a matter of days till the big day. And look at these, how far some of these people went with these Halloween directions, with these Halloween decorations this year. No, I can't play that song, but look at that. Do you guys live near anybody that goes all out like that? Or maybe at some point in your lives you used to do that? Just like totally go all out? Look at this. That's crazy. I mean, you know, I like the creativity and stuff. I got to give people that. But man, it's going all out. Fancy decorations, look at that. But also, that invites all the bad spirits. As we know, they're attracted to things like that. And they can get attached to an object, and next thing you know, it's attached to you, and nobody wins, so got to be careful, right? Look at that. That is just so crazy. All right, there we go. Glad you guys survived. Glad you made it today. Gruesome Newsom debuts his hip-hop persona on an NBA podcast. Oh, I think I showed y'all this one once before. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I'll go ahead and play it. Well, this is from the 25th, so when I got it. But this is, I know we've talked about this before. You've seen it a lot, where some certain politicians, depending on their audience, they'll suddenly change their accent. Like Kamala did that, and Hillary, and just to name a few. And there's clips you can go find, and there's some of the other ones out there. I can't remember the names of all of them, but I know they're out there, that they'll be in front of a certain audience and start trying to act like them. And this is what, this is Gruesome Newsom, so he's no different. It's like they always have to front. They're always having to play, pretend, and it's just, that's how some of these weirdos are. And it's creepy that for these people to have such power and authority, over so many others. So that's why it's even more important to trust in Jesus, to make sure we pray. And if you haven't accepted that free gift of salvation, please do. Most important decision ever. Because as crazy as this world is, he helps to make it all make sense. He really does. I had someone comment that I must be a very sad person for having to look at all this stuff all the time. And I'm like, it's the opposite, I didn't say that to them, but it is. This is my service. This is my pleasure. We're supposed to expose evil, right? So, and everyone has their own gifts and talents. Mine has always been hyper-focused on that aspect of things, is trying to shed light on things, and as I see them, so all through the Holy Spirit. But yeah, so, and it's not for everybody, but, not everybody is a warrior. Some people, they want to work in the stalls or something. I'm not sure, but, we're warriors in Christ, and your thing might not be what I do, but, hopefully you know what you're really good at, and you do it, and that's what we do, so we all work together. We may not look alike, act alike, even have a lot of very different opinions on things, but we all are relevant. We're all pieces of the puzzle, and we all complete each other, and that's how it works, right? Anyway, with that being said, check this out, if you will.
But also, it was also about paying the bills, man. And it was just like hustling. And so
he was raised rich.
Out there kind of raising myself, turning on the TV, started, just getting obsessed, sitting there with the Wonder Bread and 5 stacks of,
it's like the White Stack Crime Story.
Come on. Kraft macaroni and cheese. That's how I grew up, bro.
Are you talking about me?
Young YG.
YG,
But
man. That's good.
every day in the backyard, just bouncing the basketball, throwing the ball against the wall until the ball is just like fraying, man. And your arms
Entertaining
fall
yourself.
off. That's it, whole thing. So just, and then, then this student that was shitty student is in the back with his head down, all of a sudden started throwing the baseball a little faster than everyone else. And started, make a few free throws, because I was sitting there practicing 500 of them every damn night. And in high school, I look up in the stands, my dad's back up there.
Okay, dope.
And it's like, man. And then he's bringing his friends, and you're captain of the team, and you're like, gee, and it just saved me, and it got me into college.
I don't know. Anyway, these people are slippery. Slippery, I tell ya. Oh yeah, and there it is again. Sorry. You don't need to see that again. Avi Loeb, this is from the 24th, claims NASA has photographic evidence of Three-Eye Atlas, but has not released it, allegedly to conceal proof of extraterrestrial life. What? And this is one of the latest, from what I understand. Well, not that late, or not not that recent. When was it again? October 24th. Okay, but still, you might not have seen this.
Joining us now for more, Harvard professor and astrophysicist Dr. Avi Loeb. Great to have you back tonight. So 2 weeks, Dr. Loeb, after taking pictures of this thing, NASA is still refusing to make those photos public. They're blaming it on the shutdown. What is NASA hiding? Are they hiding something?
Thanks for having me. Well, I'm still of the belief that if they are slow, it's not because of extraterrestrial intelligence, but because of terrestrial stupidity. And so we should just wait, in my opinion. Indeed, the NASA image from the high-rise camera on top of the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter should give us a pixel resolution of 30 kilometers, 3 times better than the previous best image from the Hubble telescope. So we should just wait for that. And the object would actually reach closest approach to the sun in just a week on October 29th.
Right.
That's around the time of Halloween. And we shall see if it wears any customs, if it changes the direction, maneuvers. That would be the optimal time to do so. We can't observe it from Earth because it's hiding behind the sun, perhaps for a purpose. It could also release some mini probes that would approach the planets. And I asked my Galileo research team to look for any unusual activity in the coming months.
Okay, let me stop you just because now I've got multiple questions. I'm sorry to cut you off, but okay. So have you reached out to NASA? Because this is just, look, I operate in the real world, and NASA's supposed to release photos within 24 hours. It's been 15 days. They're blaming it on the shutdown. You're buying that? If there's nothing to hide, then have Jerry at NASA release the photos. It's that simple, right?
Yes, it's actually not NASA. The principal investigator of this camera is at the University of Arizona, and I actually sent an email asking him for the data. He didn't reply. So
wow.
I'm not sure exactly what is going on, but I'm not willing to speculate, and I will use as much data as we have. Of course, I'm very much eager to see it. The other advantage of that image is that we will look at the glow that is presumably started in front of the object, now turning to be behind it. We will see it sideways for the first time when it passed close to Mars.
Dr. Loeb, there are images online circulating right now that seem to show not a giant rock like a comet, but what looks like a fleet of spacecraft sort of clumped together. Have you seen these images?
No, I haven't, and I don't know how reliable they are. There is a lot of misinformation, so we have to be careful.
Okay, next Wednesday you mentioned October 29th. So 3i Atlas, essentially it's behind the sun right now. It will
All right, so, and that time's already come and gone, and nothing major happened. Do you remember there's that clip from last week where he was saying, well, if you're going to take a vacation, make sure you do it October 29th. Anyway, so here we are in 111 and all clear. However, the news I've been seeing also is saying something to the effect that we won't even actually have a chance to see it until sometime in December. So I don't know how that works, but I'll be trying to stay on top of that story, because there's still a lot of interest in that thing. Government education in a nutshell, it says, from age 5 they separate children from their parents and hand... Oh yeah, I'll let the video explain. This is well done though, I think.
Ever wonder why kids are forced into school for 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, for 12 years? It's not education, it's programming. From age 5, they separate children from their parents, the people who love them the most, and hand them over to the state. Why? To break the bond, to rebuild the child into something useful to them. You think it's about maths and reading? No, it's about compliance. Don't question, don't move, raise your hand to pee, get a gold star for obedience. It's not an accident that school feels like a factory. It's because it is. It's a worker factory designed in the industrial age to produce people who don't ask why they are spending their lives in cubicles. They don't teach them freedom. They teach them memorization. They don't teach wealth. They teach debt. They don't teach the truth. They teach obedience. Ask yourself, who benefits from generations of children growing into adults who follow orders, clock in, stay quiet, and fear authority? It's not broken. It's working exactly as they designed it. Question everything, especially the systems that told you don't question.
There we go. He's talking about that homeschooling. Any of you do that, or have any of you done that? Anything you want to share about your experiences? Perhaps some of you were. We do have some younger viewers at times, so maybe some of you were homeschooled before. To all of you crybabies, it says out there, that like to take social media what is this?
Sending out these thumbs up emojis, and they look more like.
All right, I think that's just some random something. Some random stuff. It says they don't even, wait. Oh. Here's another one I need to put over on Monday. Hope you guys check out my Monday show, even if you can't live. I obviously understand that it's on a Monday afternoon, but I hope you guys check them out later, because there's always a lot of stuff on there I want you to see. Just like this show. This is taking place in Portland. This is a video from there from October 26th. And they say Aunt Farda has lost their battle, but it's completely cleaned out, it looks like. This is usually something I talk about on Monday, but whatever. This is good news.
Antifa in Portland has lost their battle. You have absolutely nobody outside the ICE building right now. Their encampment has been completely shut down. You do not see a single member of Antifa, as the police actually came in today and said they cannot no longer be here. It looks like a hoarder's house here, but you have quite literally everything from buckets full of medicine, toothpaste, floss. You have food right here. You have all sorts of medical gear as well. They had boxes full of masks, and they had a load supply of water. They had all of their supplies and party supplies in here, and they even had things such as fridges, and they even had a barbecue here as well. So this is the end of Antifa for right now. It's been completely dismantled. Here is the barbecue they had.
There we go, but yeah, pretty crazy. I've got more on Monday on all that, because there's been a crazy turnover and cleanup, and it's happening really fast. It's pretty amazing. Did you guys know that Katy Perry, I know many of you, she's your favorite artist, in quotes. Just kidding. But her videos are always filled with the symbolism, if you know what I'm saying. Either way, most of you know that by now. And her concerts. Been some crazy things in her concerts. But Katy Perry, did you know that the whole story is that she's dating Justin Trudeau? Have you guys heard this? This is apparently a thing. And I guess this is video. It's the two were seen together in Paris, France. Which isn't such a romantic city anymore, I'm just saying. From the things we've been seeing on Monday's shows. Celebrating Katie's 45th birthday in public for the first time. Does this mean that Justin Trudeau is not straight? All right, let's see here. Yeah.
Happy birthday to you. Katie, happy birthday. Happy birthday. Joyeux anniversaire, Katie.
Yeah, there you go. So that's the story, the latest distraction. There's so much more to be, overall to be concerned with, but I know that story apparently is, they're trying everything, I think. I don't know why they do these things all the time. I mean, I have ideas, we've got ideas. This man living in Florida revealed what life is like living with his virtual reality girlfriend, and it is as terrifying as you think. Yeah, check this out. This is... Okay, so the top is what he's seeing in his VR glasses, and the bottom is him wearing the VR glasses in real life.
What's up, honey?
Not much.
How's the meat? Carne asada. Nom nom noms.
What are you doing?
Putting lime on the meat.
You're just wasting limes. You're supposed to put the limes on your finished tacos.
I'm pretty sure I've seen El Pollo Loco commercials where they're using lime on the meat while it's on the grill.
Why would you squeeze limes on a hot grill? It just evaporates.
Okay, so it's just a myth, huh? It's Mexican folklore that you use lime on carne asada while it's on the grill? That's not a thing?
No, that's not a thing.
They literally have lime on the packaging.
And is the meat on a grill?
It's not it is cooked already, but they're bad. Fine. I'm putting lime on my part of the meat, and yours won't have any lime. You'll just have bland carne asada.
I will add the lime to my finished tacos.
Well, fine. You do it however you want. I'm gonna watch baseball. What's up, honey?
Hey.
How's the meat?
Hey, no thanks for me. No thanks for me. Don't know about you. Did you guys ever, do you guys remember Oculus? The whole story about Oculus, and Oculus already has an occult reference there, but it's some young guy who's this genius. He's still around. He's creating something else now. But he created Oculus on his own. It's like this kind of a VR headset thing. And then he sold it to Zuckerberg, and so that's going to be a big part of Meta. That whole thing, that's definitely coming. They're going to want people plugged in. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, he says, listen to this real testimony of what Democrats did to Los Angeles, this lady says. All right, let's see. It's a shame. It's a huge city. Huge.
I moved to LA and left LA in the same year. After 7 months of living there, I left. The only good thing that I can say is that the weather is nice. They have really nice views, mountains, beaches, and it's a lot to do.
Yeah.
Other than that, the homelessness out there is insane. Like, it's homeless people everywhere. They even have a section downtown that they took over called Skid Row, and it's like a whole homeless community. It is crazy. It's trash everywhere. It's graffiti everywhere. It smells like pee out there. And the job market out there, I don't even think it exists. It's so hard getting a job. I didn't have a job for like the first 2 months. Then I got on with a staffing company. They couldn't even find me a job. You literally have to know somebody that knows somebody that knows somebody that can get you on. I ran into someone that helped me get a job, but by that time it was too late. And the crime out there is crazy, y'all. It was always something going on every single day. Like, I've witnessed high-speed chases, stuff being blown up, police outside chasing people, like, people breaking in a car, just so much every day. Helicopters, it was a mess. I have so many videos in my phone of just the police. And the people out there, it's really kind of hard making friends because I feel like everybody, when they talk to you, it's like they're trying to sell themselves. As if they finna get signed or something like that. Like, just be normal, be yourself. And then I feel like they have like a fake it till you make it type of vibe out there. I'm just not a fake person. I don't know how to be. Like, even at my job, they was like, you have a really relaxed demeanor. You just gotta fake it. I'm not faking nothing. I already knew the price of living was expensive, but it's significantly different from the South. Like, gas was $6, eggs was $12. And y'all, I'm the type of person, I never looked at prices until I moved to LA. Like, I would just throw stuff in the basket because, shit, I need it, But then out there, I was like, I don't think I need that. And although LA is a really, really big city, it feels very, very, very lonely. Like, I was starting to get depressed out there. And it just wasn't worth my mental health. And this is just my experience. To each his own. Some people may love it. It just wasn't for me. Like, I would definitely be back to visit. But to live there, it's just not worth it to me.
There we go. Some of y'all know I lived out there, and I did get to see how big the city was near the end, because near the end, I got out of television production. I got a job within my military background. I was able to get a job as a manager at a security company out there, and I drove my own car, or a security car, it was their car, but I drove their car all night on watch. I did the graveyard shift for a long time. I feel like, maybe over a year at first. Anyway, I did this job for a while, and I was focusing on my writing and still trying to sell scripts, and I was working on some things and had some things maybe I could get out there, and had an agent, so I was still kind of in it, but anyway. But man, driving in L.A. and the graveyard shift out there was incredible because there's nobody out, man. I mean, and during the day, it's got some of the worst congestion in America. It's considered really some of the worst highways out there, and or interstates. Yeah, it gets crazy out there. Just oceans. You can go look up some pictures of some of the. I can't remember. It was I-5 is one of them, and 101, and gosh, anyway, there's a big one out there. I can't remember the name. Anyway, but yeah, it gets really crazy. But at night, it was amazing, man. So I could get wherever I needed to in no time. Covered a big territory also, from all the way down to Long Beach. From Long Beach all the way up to, can't even remember the name of that town up there. Gosh, it's where they have the, anyway, I can't remember. Either way, it was real far up there, beyond Hollywood, up in the mountains. And so I had a lot of territory, covered a lot of different things. We had accounts at Disney and a lot of big production companies. I could write a book probably on just that because sometimes the job was hide and seek at night. Like I was the one who was hunting, and then some of my guards who would slack. It sucked because I had to kind of be behind getting rid of some of these people, but we caught some of them in some just really horrible situations. So some of these people would try to figure out a way to kind of sleep at night or whatever, get away with stuff like that, and I had to go find them. When I went there to talk to them, they needed to be, I give them 5 minutes tops. You need to come answer and whatever it is, but give them a chance, But anyway, I don't know, I'm rambling about that. But it's funny, man. I had, and I already at that point, so during the military, so I'd already had a private detective license on the East Coast years ago. Before this, when I was in the service. It's something I did on the side. Talked about that in the past. Did the bounty hunting stuff later, but so I've always had that mind for stuff. I like investigating and all that, and yeah, man. Anyway, I know I'm kind of rambling a bunch here. It's kind of thinking back, but either way, I think that's about it. All right, so there we go. But yeah, L.A., that life. Oh yeah, at the end, like I said, I was just doing the guard work. Oh, that's really my main point, is just how it's nice to drive there at night. You can just see so much, and you can get places really quick too. It's really cool. Suspects arrested over brazen jewel theft from Paris Louvre Museum. So we heard about that crazy heist they recently had at the Apollo Gallery. Did you guys know it was there? It was in. They arrested the suspects connected with the taking the France's crown jewels, as one attempted to leave the country. Oh boy! And last week they targeted the Apollo Gallery, right, in a brazen daylight raid, fleeing with tens of millions in a matter of minutes. It's crazy. Anyway, they caught him. That's good news. Apollo Gallery. It's one if people started looking into. There'd probably be some interesting things there, numbers and things. And I'm just I think that when I see Apollo. But understand this and understand it well. This says, if EBT and SNAP are not reinstated in the next 2 weeks, there will 100% be guaranteed a run. See, I'm not with all this. There will definitely be, you also have to be careful what we put out there, right? When we say things, they're saying it's going to be like Purge, I guess, the movie. It sounds like what they're kind of trying to say here. So, well, let's see what's going on with what's happening on the home page here. If there's any news on, let's see. I'm not seeing anything yet. Today's news. So far, so good. All right. Okay, I think so far we're looking good, right? I mean, yeah, once again, you guys please let us know if you find anything. I think we covered this maybe a little bit last week, but just another one of those where so many of these Hollywood celebrities, they really are, they change the way they look, man. I mean, drastically. And it's not just one or two, and it's not just like it's been happening over time. I mean, this is over the last just maybe a couple of years. There's been a real uptick of this kind of a thing. And this is Bradley Cooper now. It says, why does Bradley Cooper look so different? Other people are noticing. And they're saying it was, he got some plastic. And it says his surgeon gives his verdict on the winner's new look. He says, in my opinion, there's a few things he's done. Had his jaw tightened, a lower lift. But look at this side by side, man. So this is 2019 on the left, and this is 2025, but I think he looks better there. I mean, even added a few years and a few more wrinkles, let it go. That's kind of, one of the cool things, about being a dude is oftentimes, the older you get, you get more distinguished looking. You know what I mean? It's like a different level of handsome, And you earn your grays and, you earn your wrinkles and all that stuff. But so many of these people doing this stuff. But then look right here. Of course, there's a 6'3" there. I mean, I don't know. And there's an X down here. 3 6s and an X down here. But look at that. To me, he just doesn't, like, something's wrong. His eyes look kind of reddish. Maybe he, had a couple edibles. I'm not sure. But his face looks thinner. Neck looks thinner. His definitely face looks a lot thinner. Like they really shaved something down. That's crazy. If that's even him. I don't know. That's the other question a lot of people have. Let's see. This is from January. I guess this is after the whatever procedures. I'm guessing. I don't know. All right, just one of those things that make you wonder. Make me wonder.
Was raised for a little while in South Africa.
This is a really, really, really cool story. Check it out. Or interesting story, I'll say.
Hans Scharf. So this man was raised for a little while in South Africa. When he grew up, he got an acceptance to go work in Germany. So he moved to Germany, and then he ends up being an officer in the Third Reich.
Oh boy.
He's working as an officer, and then he's working there for so long, and he's working in interrogations. And he gets to the point where he gets the nickname the Master Interrogator. Because you think about Nazi interrogation techniques. You have people pulling out fingernails, you have poison, you have terrible, terrible stuff. But this guy went the complete and opposite direction. He would sit in a lot of the times and he would interject, and then he got to the point where he would start leading interrogations. He'd come in, he'd offer them a cigarette. He would literally take prisoners, pilots, he would just take them walks along the countryside and just talk with them, have casual conversations, and eventually the information would just start leaking out. And that just happened over years. He just became this incredible interrogator. But whenever the war ended and everyone was captured, all the Nazi officers that were executed or anything, he got a free pass because he technically on paper committed no war crimes. So guess where he moved to go make a living? America. And then the FBI finds out about his interrogation techniques and they bring him in, and he starts holding seminars on how to interrogate without using lethal threatenings or hurting them, causing harm. He has changed the game 110%. But the funny part is when he was a kid, when he was in South Africa, he was an artist, and he kind of stopped that as he grew older because he got preoccupied with being a Nazi. And then he came back to America and said, you know what, I'm done doing these seminars. They've got what they need. They're putting this stuff into practice. I want to go back to art. He was so good at art and mosaics and stuff like that. A friend named Walt Disney calls him up and says, hey, I got a really good project that I think you'd be really killer. Cinderella's Castle? Those 5 15-foot murals?
Yes.
Literally created all by Hans Scharf.
A Nazi!
A Nazi!
Like for real.
110%. What a story, huh? That's a very interesting little tidbit. Historical tidbit. Residents share what life is like inside Greensboro's pallet homes. This is actually an older story, but, it's one of those things where I can see negative sides, you'll own nothing and be happy and blah, blah. But there's so many people out there that are really in dire need that I like these kind of things. They set up these little groups, little communities. The whole idea is for them to eventually move on, and they do. They have success rate there, and so I thought this is cool, just something to share. I like to see things like this, to know that there's people out there working, even though the symbol for Pallet, which is the company, is the square, right? So there we go. We've got, Satan's fingerprints. That being said, I like these being used for good. Perhaps they'll be used for something bad in the future, like for little containment areas or something. Who knows? But again, for now, people need them. Good. Let's go.
Blessed. It's not the Taj Mahal, but I thank God that I'm here.
And the new residents of the Pallet homes in Pomona Park in Greensboro are adjusting to their new life.
There are 56 beds available. So far, 42 of them are filled. The Interactive Resource Center, which is the big nonprofit that helps the city's homeless population, works with agencies in the community to select the people who will live in these homes. And this winter program started 3 weeks ago. And today, Fox 8's Sarah Winkleman stopped by to get a look. So, Sarah, who are these people the program serves?
Well, it's a wide range of people, and as you can see behind me, the lights are on inside of these pallet homes, and that's because the people are now living inside. These are men and women of all ages over the age of 18. Each one of them has a different story of how they ended up here. Even though it is different, there's one thing they all have in common. They tell me they're thankful to be here, to have this sense of community, and more than anything, with another cold night ahead, they're happy to be sleeping inside with a heater. The door is wide open for a bright future.
To me, it's a blessing.
Adrian, who did not want to show his face on camera, moved into his pallet home about 3 weeks ago.
I mean, it's better than sleeping in your car.
Tough times started for Adrian due to medical issues.
I had 6 life-threatening surgeries, and I got 27 sutures in my stomach.
He's been living in his car for the past 6 months.
All right, I'll go and move on. But yeah, like I said, I definitely see more of these things would be ultimately like something more for the sinister, for containment units, connecting 15-minute type city type things, if you will. Totally, But for now, I like to see people having a chance to at least keep warm and then stay cool. And then there's the cube on the pallet. But still, trying to see the positive side of it for now. Hey, this is just really interesting. I had no idea, but Jimmy Dore, he's somebody I share a lot on the Monday show because he's against poison, like I am. So I like that about him. And then Jesse Lee Peterson, who's quite the character, and you probably know who he is. You've seen him in clips. I've shared clips from him before, from the Fallen State YouTube channel. He's been around for years. These two got together, man. That's pretty cool. So they actually had a show. I'm trying to see, at least it's in chapters. But anyway, this will be a good one we'll come back to later. Like, I'll save this for later if we have time. If not, I'll just push it over to Monday so we can take our time maybe a little more and cover some of this stuff. Cool? All right. All right.
Interested in them. The rest of the guys.
So there's another thing here. I'm going to share this for the clip they share in here. Where is it? Yeah, they got it. Oh no, they don't show the whole thing. Let me see. You'll get a little bit of it, but Gen Alpha's 6-7 obsession is driving millennial teachers insane. I think I've shown you guys things before on this 6-7. That's one of the it's one of the things that the kids say, which is real nonsensical, and it really does remind me of Idiocracy, where it's just they come up with just nonsensical things that could mean whatever. And that's really where we're at, So this is just one of many, but 6-7, I've shown some clips that mention that. We've talked about it before, I'm pretty sure. Anyway, so that's a common slang, for the kids. Okay, keeping that in mind. Let's check some of this out. And yeah, we'll jump around a little bit on this one.
As someone who was alive during 9/11, I am officially UNC, even though I'm Gen Z. And the upcoming generation, Gen Alpha, has their own lexicon of new slang terms and meme phrases. 6'7" is their current favorite, and they're absolutely obsessed with it. I should just show you this video of one of the Gen Alphas repeating the phrase. This is 10 hours of 6'7" kid. He's known as 6'7" kid now.
6'7".
This is your life as a millennial teacher. Like, just picture this on loop for an 8-hour workday. This is your life if you're a millennial school teacher now.
I mean, the thing is, though, is like, I'm just impressed that there's some editor that had to sit there and copy and paste that into an Adobe Premiere timeline for 10 hours worth.
The 6'7" kid is a viral meme featuring Maverick Trevelyan, a white boy with blonde ice cream hair. That's the haircut that he has there in the clip. On the sidelines of a basketball game, he is referencing the rap song Doot Doot by Skrilla. So that's where it originally came from, is Doot Doot 6'7" by Skrilla.
And they're referencing LaMelo Ball.
This song was often played over videos of NBA star LaMelo Ball, who happens to be 6'7".
We have 6 tallies right here. So I'm going to go all the way up to the number 6. I'm going to come across. That's my bar. And I'm going to color it in. So how many people voted for Cheetah? 6.
It's like South Park.
Yellow flowers. How many votes did yellow flowers have? 2. So I'm going to put my bar up to what number? 2. 6, 2. 1, 2.
See, that room is about my intellectual level too. I'm like, that is hilarious.
I'm sorry, but I'm actually enjoying watching her have her video ruined.
All right, let's move on. I think there might be some more. Yeah, here's a clip.
She shared for her classroom.
I love that there's protocols.
There are now protocols.
Yeah, it needs to be.
In the year 2025, you have definitely heard 6'7". Here are 2 things that I'm doing in my classroom to help with the whole 6'7" fiasco. First thing, I told my students that if they yell out 6'7" during main academic time and it interrupts the class, then for homework they have to write, "I will not say 6'7" in class."
So woke.
6 to 7 times. So
She's a tyrant.
6 times the first time. If they do it a second time, they're a second offender. They have to write it 7 times. If they do it a third time, they have to write it 67 times.
This is literally 1984.
So that's one.
This is 1984.
There's a 20 there.
From rural conservative.
All right, so let's see. I think there might be a little. I think that was about it. Oh no. Okay, this clip right here is the one that really went viral. Here's just a few minutes of it, but this clip just really went viral, and look at this, just madness. But it's like, "Der 6'7", der 6'7", der 6'7". It's NPC stuff, you know, to me. It's it's not good to see, you know, it's not cute. Because people like that, you know, what do you think people like that? You took 7, don't 6'7", der 6'7", der. I mean, what do you think people like that are going to do when the UFOs are flying over? Because that's all coming, no matter how real or fake and mixed, I think it'll be. But, you know, and it's coming, you know, so, and more, right? So what are these people going to do? You know, what are these people going to do? Because it's going to be either revolt or join, you know, the last 7 years on Earth, right? So the 6'7", der 6'7", der 6'7", der 6'7", der 6'7". Oh, yeah.
Her job, she is some sort of like sports newscaster, and she has a gaggle of grown-ass adult men interrupting her and getting in her camera shot.
This is awesome.
Screaming 6'7".
Here we go.
Football is, you can definitely tell there is
If you're listening, guys, it's only in the right ear.
play caller in town. The offense is looking, 1 second. The offense
offense is looking a lot more versatile. They're getting their tight end in there with more reps. Still seem really characteristic with the running game. I've definitely seen a lot more passes from Malik Murphy to Trent Walker. And I think even though the game is tied, the offense has looked entirely different. And we'll see how it goes through the second half of this game.
Guy is
Fire me up.
Oh no, they keep going.
This poor lady.
This is Riz.
Is this weird? No, we're live. 6-7!
Let's go.
Stop! 6-7!
He won't stop.
Because it's Riz.
Look at that.
Does she appear rizzed up?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so
See, that works, and this is what...
Yeah, so there you go. And like I said, to me, it's very sad. There's, I mean, all of us as teenagers went through our phases and had our dumb sayings and things like this. But to me, looking back, they were always clever. We'd cut each other down. We always have clever comebacks. And, it's about outsmarting each other. At least that's the way it seemed. But now it's a Dur 6-7, Dur 6-7, Dur 6, and the other guy's like, help me. I mean, that's like a literal cry for help, and this is supposed to be cute, or as they say, Riz, you're charismatic, something that ladies might like and adore, but no, so it's just kind of a level of mind control. What are we dealing with? 6-7, If I was still writing scary things, which I did years ago, try to sell things like that, I'd have a killer. I'd have a bad guy, a killer, that every time he'd be 6-7, I'd somehow try to put that in. The 6-7, 6-7. Yeah, I don't know how, but I would. It's kind of frightening. It's just gotten to the point of nonsense. Like Idiocracy. Really, there's that VR experience. We saw that
This
earlier.
is the Redneck Water Park.
Oh man,
The funnest place on earth.
I had to look this up. This is a real thing. Have you guys ever heard of this place? You see, I can't make it big screen for some reason, so it's not fun. But it's too bad. But we can see some of this. But it's called the Redneck Water Park. And look at this place, man. And you apparently do have to sign something before you go in here, but that's not a surprise. But this looks like such a good time, All right.
Redneck Water Park, aka the funnest place on earth, which is built and owned by this legend, Cody. What inspired you to do all this?
Midlife crisis?
This place has more activities than I can even fit in this video, but we'll start with the diving platforms made from a recycled cell tower. Not only does it have platforms that go up to 80 feet high, but it also has a giant rope swing on the 60-foot platform and a zip line on the 80-foot platform that takes you over 1,000 feet across the entire lake, as long as you don't fall before you reach the end. But if that's too much adrenaline for you, then you can enjoy one of the many giant slip and slides and see if you can make it across the lake, or one of the mini water slides. Just prepare to go flying once you reach the end of some of them. And if you think those ramps are too crazy, you ain't ready for this part of the water park. And in case you think this place still isn't complete, it has trampolines and diving boards, this Russian swing, or this regular swing, and more. What would be the first thing you tried if you came here? This is the...
Yeah, I looked in the comments, and let's see. Please arrive 4 hours early to ensure you have enough time to fill out our waiver. It says, and they got a response by the original poster. He says, the waiver took me 1 minute. I don't think it's long enough. So this guy actually, he went, real place. Pretty amazing. Looks like fun, doesn't it?
There's living in the jungle.
And then there was this. I was like, wow, this is really cool. And I would try to experience that. I mean, I'd live that way for a while. You'd have to stockpile some supplies, maybe figure out a pulley system or something like that. Because you want to feel more than just a backpack. Or maybe living like that, you wouldn't want to take multiple trips. But it'd be nice to just kind of somehow get a good set up there. You'd have to probably, do Starlink, to get your internet, and just kind of like live that life for a while, Give it a month or so. Me and Chubbs, man, living in the jungle. But far off the ground. I like that. Far away from all the little nasties.
Meet the Karawai people of Indonesia, and they choose to live above it. Above might be an understatement. Their houses can be anywhere from 30 to over 100 feet off the ground. Each house sits atop a single towering trunk, and they're all lashed together by hand. Now the height, it serves a purpose. It gives protection from floods, biting insects, and rival clans. They're built strong enough to hold the entire family and their fire pit. And there's some pride involved too. The higher the home, the more skill and status it shows. Keeping up with the Joneses jungle style. The more you know. There's living.
What do you guys think? Would you ever live that way with, you could take, of course, your spouse or your family, your kids, whatever, but would you guys ever live that way for a while, maybe like a month? If you could supply everything and you have internet access, like you said, it'd have to be Starlink at that point, I think. Says they're here, probably have been here the whole time. Men in black out in full force, this young lady says. Let's see what she's talking about.
Some interesting footage coming out of Arizona. This was captured by a man named Alex Wallace. He was outside when he saw this orb literally being followed by a helicopter. Now, this isn't something that's far away. It's literally right above him. Take a look at this footage and also look at it in thermal because this thing is something else. Comment below, tell us what you think.
There we go. The orb is definitely one of the most common ways they like to move and travel, but they shift. They can be other things. It says they aren't just buying houses, they're dismantling the American dream piece by piece. That's not very nice. Let's see what this young man says about one of the tentacles of the beast, if you will.
A few weeks ago, allegedly, BlackRock just bought 50,000 homes at $300,000 each, then sold 3 to themselves for $700K. Your neighbor's value just doubled overnight, and you can't afford to live there anymore. They're stealing the American dream because BlackRock, step one, how they do this, they identify middle-class neighborhoods with growth potential, right? Step two, they buy hundreds of homes in cash, 20 to 30% above asking price. Imagine being that guy putting your shit on listing, and it's like, oh no, we'll buy it for 30% more. I ain't saying no to that. I'm out that neighborhood. Imagine the HOA screwing you over, and you're like, ha ha, I'm out of here. Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, peace. Step 3, regular families can't compete with unlimited corporate cash. Why? Because step 4, once they control enough inventory, they sell a few homes to shell companies that they already own. Step 5, those inflated sale prices become the new market rate. Step 6, your property taxes, and this is where it gets crazy, your property taxes triple based on these fake sales. So the family that saved for 10 years to buy their first home, outbid by a corporation with infinite money. The elderly couple who owned their home for 40 years, forced out by property taxes they can't afford. Meanwhile, and this is where all the good money comes in for them, BlackRock rents these homes back to the same families they priced out. The rent is $2,500 monthly. The former mortgage payment would have been $1,800. They created the problem.
All right, real estate agents, question for you.
There we go. BlackRock. They say there's a BlackRock at Kaaba. Piece of a meteorite, they say. So they say. This dude gives flowers. Then this is a great one. This is a really nice little doom break. Says this dude gives flowers to elderly women and their reactions are so wholesome. I like this. This is nice.
Cheers, darling. I just want to say you're looking beautiful today.
Hi.
You look beautiful today.
Oh,
And these are for you.
Hi, for me.
Yeah, they're for you.
Hi.
Just trying to make people's days a little bit better.
You sure?
Yeah, no problem at all.
I've got money to pay for it.
You don't need to pay for them. They're for free.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome. God bless. Have a great day, all right? Excuse me, darling. I've got you these, and I hope you have a great day.
Oh, my God. Nobody give me flower, darling.
Well, today, that has changed.
Oh, baby. Are you sure I'll go there?
No problem at all. And I hope you have a great day.
Thank you, young man.
You're welcome. God bless.
Bye.
Excuse me. I just want to say you look absolutely beautiful, and these are for you. That's no problem at all.
Very much.
And I just want to say you look absolutely beautiful.
Thank you very much.
No problem at all.
Thank you, my dear. Very kind of you.
Hey, God bless. Have a great day. Excuse me. Can you hold these while I do my shoelace up? Thank you very much. They're nice, aren't they?
You're nice.
Thank you. You're nice as well.
I wasn't looking at the flowers.
Do you like the flowers?
Bit of a hunk.
They're for a special lady.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
She'll be delighted then.
And that special lady is you.
Oh, never.
Yeah, they're for you. No, I'm being deadly serious. They're for you.
Please. Oh, my God. Can I kiss you?
Mwah. Of course you can.
Unbelievable.
That's no problem at all. What's your name?
Aida.
Aida. Beautiful name. Jack.
Hello, Jack.
Lovely to meet you.
Wonderful.
No problem at all.
Oh, amazing.
And I hope you have a fantastic day.
Thank you.
Excuse me, darling. I just want to say you look absolutely beautiful today.
Oh, thank you very much.
And these are for you.
Oh, no.
They're for you. I'm just trying to make people's days a little bit better.
Oh, how sweet.
Beautiful too. Flowers.
Yeah.
We give them to another.
No, there's no other beautiful ladies around here, and these are for you.
in their own way.
But how gorgeous. I've never had such a wonderful.
Well, today that's changed. That's no problem at all. And you got a beautiful smile as well.
I'm very touched.
That's no problem at all. God bless and have a great day, okay? Take care. Excuse me, sir.
Okay, what have you done wrong?
Was you in the army?
See?
Was you in the army?
Navy and Air Force.
I just want to say a big thank you for your service.
Thank you.
No problem at all. And I just want to say a big thank you, and
No,
these are for
that's-
you.
Thank you very much.
No problem at all.
Oh. Thank you.
No problem at all, and thank you for your service.
Phew. Beautiful. And see if you can relate to what she's saying about some people just can't wake up or just maybe weren't meant to. If you know what I mean.
Do you know, one of the greatest awakening moments is the moment that you realise that you cannot wake everybody up, especially when it's someone in your family. Some people, they're just not meant to wake up. That's their life path. Some people will never change. And that's the hardest thing that I think that you come to accept when you wake up. Because all this crazy shit going on around you. And it's just like, am I the only sane person who can see it all? But it's not. It's because change is a choice, not a demand. And I mean, you can inspire people, you can guide them, but you cannot walk their path. Some people are just not meant to wake up. And trying to drag someone into transformation only drains your spirit. And it keeps you stuck in cycles that were never meant to be for you. And sometimes you've just got to accept people as who they are, all while refusing to compromise who you are. And that's the hardest thing about waking up. And if you're focusing on trying to wake people up and just can't understand why they can't see it, that's because they're not meant to. This is their journey also, and you've just got to accept that.
Yeah, I've noticed that. You know, it happens. There's a divide. You know, it's why a lot of people find themselves isolated, you know, and more alone and more set apart. But then there's a whole thing where that's been happening for the last several years. I believe, you know, the Lord is separating a lot of his kids from things and going out all the time, all that stuff, you know, kind of spending more time in and more time with him and, you know, growing. You know, you grow in silence. You know, it's a really good thing to spend time alone. Not all your time. Some of you have families, of course, you know, children, wives, husbands. But you know what I mean? You know, you've got to have some of your time alone just to kind of talk to the Lord, hang out with him, receive, you know, see if there's anything you can receive, you know, things like that. Alrighty then. Let's move on. But I think that was a good point from the lady. Let's see. This is a grok thing. So over on X, you can do that. Anything you watch, any kind of video or whatever, you can ask a Grok, and it's an AI, of course, so you'll get an AI response on it. So a lot of people do that. And it's that time where you kind of have to. I just noticed, and they keep running the same commercial, at least in my area. This has been over the last week, I've noticed it. And it's a totally AI created commercial. It didn't take me too long, but at first, just glancing at it, I didn't think anything of it. Then looked back after a little bit, and I was like, okay. And it's a totally AI created commercial for some new company. I can't even remember the product. I've never heard of the company before. Starts with a B. But anyway, yeah, it's a good boy. Here it comes. Because it's just so much cheaper for, any companies to do it that way. It's just so much cheaper, right? Don't got to deal with people hiring production crews and actors, actresses, and all that, right? It's a lot of cost. And here we go. So, and I should have put this in my most recent video. It fits. But Marjorie Taylor Greene talking to Bill Maher, saying she believes UFOs aren't extraterrestrial at all, but fallen angels. And you got to remember that Bill Maher is an atheist, if you didn't know.
I think people deserve to know the truth about it.
There was a hearing recently, right? Both of them are in the movie. Yeah. And a lot more came out. And there's a lot more people who are on board now. Very, very serious people.
I think it's a serious issue. Yeah, I'd love to know more about it, but we're not told anything about it.
In the film, one of the senior intelligence officials named Jay Stratton, he was the director of air and space warfare at the Defense Intelligence Agency, and then he ran the U.S. government's UAP task force. He tells a story about how he was trying to run this issue up the flagpole and bring attention to it.
At the Pentagon.
At the Pentagon, in a serious office space. And his superiors told him that they thought these things were demons and that he was doing the devil's work by looking into it. And on camera in the film, he says, I can't believe these words were coming out of their mouths. He's like, I'm briefing them on an advanced aerospace vehicle that's absolutely there. It's been spotted by trained observers like our Navy fighter pilots in their $80 million airplanes that we trust them with, right? It's been spotted on data collection systems like satellite and radar. And this guy's telling me it's a demon. It's insane. And he's like, my mind was blown, and this is something I'm dealing with inside of the government.
It's Halloween. Let me just ask the final question for the panel. Do you think demons and the devil are real?
Absolutely. I'm a Bible-believing Christian. I definitely, and I believe those could be fallen angels.
All these things could be real.
Fallen angels?
Yeah, fallen
The
angels.
aliens are fallen angels.
That's possible. I think that's what they could be. That's what makes sense in my worldview.
Here we go. She's always been real good about at least being brave and putting it out there, on her beliefs. I like that. She talks about Jesus, This is funny. Which Biden is this, or mask? But it's 82-year-old Joe Biden made his first public appearance since starting radiation for, prostate cancer, aggressive prostate cancer, calling on supporters to rise up and fight like hell. He labeled Trump's administration the usual, a threat to democracy. They love that one. And, same script, different actor, if you will. I usually won't. For the show, I will.
No time to give up. It's time to get up. Get up now. Get up.
Okay.
He never, ever, ever, ever gave up.
Okay.
I know the idea of America depends on our respect for the
He
institutions
said depends.
that govern and guarantee a free society. It's time to get re-engaged. It's time to act. To fight like hell. To fight like Teddy would fight.
Okay.
There's no time to give up. It's time to get up.
All right.
Get up now. Get.
There we go. It rolled back over. It's inspirational. It's inspirational. Did you get up? That's the question. If you did, you should sit back down. It says here's Gruesome Newsom. What is this? Steals California. So taking California elections. Says San Joaquin County Sheriff says voting records show people from outside the country vote in California elections, including Pakistan. How lovely is that? Yeah, California's had a big issue with this stuff for years.
The way the voting system is structured, we see quite a few flaws. You're able to register even if and cast a vote if you don't live in the country, as evident of his brother in Pakistan. I think we have some evidence of 2 or 3 other people out of the country that voted. Is that correct?
Yeah, approximately 2 or 3 other people out of the country, as well as people residing outside of the district.
Okay. The online voter registration system, it seems to be an honor system. Anybody can put information in there to register to vote. All you have to do is click a box and say that you're not lying, and then you'll get an email from the Secretary of State or something in the mail saying, thank you for registering to vote. And there you are. Once you're on the voter rolls,
wow.
Anytime an election comes around, guess what? You get mailed a ballot, right? You get mailed something to vote. So we found that a little bit problematic.
Yeah.
The way the voting system is structured, we see quite a few flaws. You're able to register even if and cast a vote if you don't live in the country, as evident of his brother in Pakistan. And I think we have some evidence of 2 or 3 other people out of the country that voted. Is that correct?
Yeah, approximately 2 or 3 other people out of the country, as well as people residing outside of the district.
Okay. The online voter registration system, it seems to be an honor system. Anybody can put information.
All right, we'll go and move on. I think we get it. You know, it's just a setup for, fraudulent activities, obviously. Elon Musk launches Grokpedia. This is kind of a big deal, if you guys haven't heard of this. As an alternative to, quote, woke, unquote, Wikipedia. It's a creation of Musk's AI chatbot, Grok. Human volunteers write and edit articles for Wikipedia, it says. So yeah, this is a whole thing. Let me see if there's a link, or maybe I have it. I may have put it up here somewhere. No. Let's see if we can find it. I'm not seeing it. All right. Anyway, if you want to go look this up, if you're curious, go look up Grokpedia. And many of you know what Wikipedia is. It's supposed to be a reference type place for the public, and people are allowed to alter things or to add stories. And I never even used it like that. I've gone to look up information at times. But it has turned, really, as long as I can remember, many years ago at least, turned very kind of loony lefty, if you will, on a lot of things. And censorious, is that a word? Stuff like that. So not exactly a completely worthy source of truth, if you will. And here it is. Here's Tim from Timcast talking about Elon's Grokpedia. And let's see here. Listen a little bit from young Tim.
Is here, ladies and gentlemen. It's fantastic. Elon Musk vowed to launch an AI-driven encyclopedia to counter the woke Wikipedia. Now, here's the sad reality. I used to be a big fan of Wikipedia, but it was taken over by political interests, and now it's utter nonsense, unfortunately. And it's been this way for a long time. This is what the left has been doing for a while, encroaching on institutional spaces and wearing them like skin suits. Well, Elon Musk announces Grokpedia, and I gotta be honest, I assumed it would take some time to launch, but he basically snapped his fingers, and a month later we have it? Sounds to me like Elon was preparing Grokpedia for some time. And I'll show you. Grokpedia is actually really good. Not much that you can argue with, in my opinion. And we'll pull up some articles and I'll explain to you the difference. And the project in late September on a social media platform, X, saying it would be a massive improvement over Wikipedia. Musk said last week that he delayed the launch of Grokpedia because his team needed to do more work to purge out the propaganda. When Grokpedia eventually dropped on Monday, Wired was initially unable to access the site and received an automated message that it was blocked. When we finally got access to it, Wired found that the online encyclopedia contained lengthy entries generated by AI, while many of the pages Wired saw on launch day appeared fairly similar to Wikipedia in terms of tone and content.
All right, so there we go. Just wanted to hear a little bit about it from young Tim, but it sounds like that he says it's success. So you guys check out Grokpedia. If you're interested, let us know your experience. Mama drugged up the son unconscious, and then, as you can see right here, did that to the throat, which is terrible, the day before his birthday, and then claimed that he had a wish like that, a wish of death. It's the young man, the victim. She faces 60 to 90 years now. Let me see. I shared this because we've been seeing more and more of these really kind of heartless type crazy things like this, even with parents doing this with the young ones, and a lot of it I don't even share. There is plenty of it out there, and then remember, some of these, holding a door open for someone and not saying thank you, and then next thing you know, your life is gone. So a lot of things like this, some people just snapping, and trying to see. All right, I guess I'll just go move on. Mainly use as a headline, but it's sad that's happening out there. Some people are just losing it. This is a really odd capture. What do you guys make of this right here? See if we can make it. Yeah, there we go. Looks like a diamond. Yeah, it looks like a cube. Kind of. There you go. Whatever it is, it's odd, and it's not something you would normally expect to see floating up in the sky above you. I don't like that. So I think, I don't know if this is ever addressed, but this is Megan Fox. She was part of the Lilith campaign where they launched Lilith, the Lilith video game, and they connected with Burger King, I think. And anyway, there's some commercials where I think she was playing Lilith or just talking about her on the commercial. Either way, she's connected to it. I think she's talking about her right here in this little clip, and then we'll go from there. But let's see. Then I'll let this young lady in the video explain, if you will.
Seduced religious pious men in their sleep and ate babies and things like that. Which, if she did it, I kind of think that's fire.
How could any human being state that they think the thought of someone eating babies is fire? Or maybe we should give Megan the benefit of the doubt and say that she was stating that anyone who eats babies will end up in fire. Either way, what the hell is up with Megan Fox and MGK? There's been times when they go out together and he's wearing pink butterflies and 5-inch acrylics, and I just find that concerning. Times where he looks nothing like himself at all, or that he's mentally just not there. Hello, is anybody home? And of course he's a pearl necklace boy. If you know, you know. If you don't, let me know in the comments and I will explain. What's up with the red tattoo he's got going down his neck? What do you think that represents? And why on earth do you think he decided to get fangs? I also thought it was interesting that Megan Fox decided to do her maternity photos in what looks like this black goo from Jennifer's body. And underneath her pregnancy announcement, she wrote, "Nothing is ever really lost. Welcome back." When their baby was born, they named her Saga Blade Fox Barker, and it was inspired by the art of storytelling.
I think, her journey, the 5 years of kind of her culmination of coming, disappearing, coming back again, disappearing, coming back again. She's an epic story, and that's what Saga.
I'm so confused as to how someone could possibly determine that. And I need someone to explain to me, what religion is this? What the heck are these two into?
All right, and there we go. A bit from, let me see what her channel is, I forget. Oh, somebody was just sharing it, but she's got a channel somewhere on TikTok.
Italian wine magic. Some people in the mob used to do it. Like the Italian mafia, they used to use this to tell if somebody was lying or not. Yeah. They would get a bottle of wine, right? And let's say I had a couple friends over, and there was one person I wanted to test and see if they're lying to me. Okay. I would pop the cork, get the bottle, and I would whisper a word into the top of the bottle. what happens is you're gonna pour the wine for everyone, and if the person says the word that you said into the bottle
During the dinner?
yeah, it could be a random word, and you're not supposed to lead them to saying it. If anything,
Yeah.
kind of avoid it.
Yeah.
But if they say the word that you said into the wine bottle, then they're lying to you or they're doing you dirty. And the mafia used to do this.
My
Yeah.
God.
They call it.
There you go. I'd never heard that one before. Have you? It's pretty interesting. Maybe you should try it. Try it sometime and let us know what happens. I mean, don't hurt anybody, but let us know if you find if somebody ever if that works. Just let us know. Let me see. Yeah, I'm going to put this over on Monday. It's another one, but it's a very interesting one. I don't really cover a lot of stuff with Candace Owens because sometimes I don't feel I can trust some of the stuff. Sometimes she puts out really solid observations, I feel. But anyway, so here's this lady I was talking about. A Truth for You, it says. So anyway, this is a really good one. And before we start, because she's going to ask you this anyway, who do you think this is right here? She's a celebrity. Who do you think that is? I'll give you a few moments to think about it. Think about it. Who do you think that could be? And then we'll go ahead and go. Right.
What's going on? Who the heck is this? Who the heck are you, lady? I will give you guys 5 seconds to guess who this is because I watched all of her video and I didn't recognize her at all. What is going on in Hollywood? Why are some of these celebrities going completely MIA for a few months and then they come back looking like different versions of themselves or completely unrecognizable? Have any of you guessed who this is yet? If you were like me and you had no idea who this was, let me give you a clue. She played in the 1995 classic Clueless as the character Dion. What is going on? How are we going from this to this? She looks nothing like herself at all. Mind you, she is also 58 years old. This was her just a few years ago where she's looking like her original self, she's acting like her original self. She goes MIA for a few months, comes back looking nothing like the original, ageless at 58 years old, and is almost making like these Britney Spears type posts. And it really has me wondering, what is going on in Hollywood to make a 58-year-old woman act like this?
Yeah,
what is going on with these celebrities that at this age they are not looking like themselves, they're not acting like themselves? Because for me, going from this to this is wild to me, and it's so interesting how so many people cannot see any changes at all. What do you guys think? Does she look like her original self? Because to me, she doesn't look or act like herself at all. What has happened?
Yeah, definitely, because I don't know if you knew this, but she went on for many years. I don't know if she stopped. Maybe she still does. But she was a commenter, a conservative commenter on Fox News during different segments throughout the years. I don't know how long, but I know it was quite a while. And not that I watch tons of Fox News, but, there's clips of her out there talking against whatever, but yeah. Beautiful lady, but yeah, it doesn't really look the same, right? Like there's definitely a lot of them are doing it, again, it's not just one or two. It's like, there's another one.
They got her again and again and again and again. Who the heck is this? Who the heck are you, lady? I'll tell you guys this. If I would have went into a coma 5 years ago and woke up today, I wouldn't recognize 90% of Hollywood. What the hell is going on? Is anyone else thinking it's giving Bruno Mars? Is anyone feeling like they're turning art into some kind of demon face beauty standard that no one wants? Selena Gomez released her music video In the Dark 2 days ago, and it only has 2 million views. I'm beginning to see her fans begging people on social media to boost those numbers because it's just unfair. But when you go to her comments, people are awake. Rip Selena Gomez. When Selena's not playing the pathetic victim or harassing Haley, she harasses our ears. Straight auto-tune. I thought this was T-Pain. Did you know that there are more talented people on this app than all of Hollywood put together? Did you know majority of them are from the lower class? Why are we on this app begging the poor to fill billionaires' pockets again? Yes, Selena Gomez is a billionaire. If you're going to give your money, your time, your energy, your views to anybody on this app, Let it be the ones in your own tax bracket. Don't give it to somebody who complains every day about being in an industry that she remains a part of. If there is one thing that you could do for me, or one thing that you could do for yourself or for somebody else today, is find a creator on this app who isn't rich, who actually needs help, and boost the hell out of them. It's time to stop idolizing people who don't deserve it. They got her.
There we go. Thanks, lady. Well said. Says they got her. She's really good, though, at picking out big differences. Some of the celebs here. Now, here's a weird one about Brad Pitt disguise. This is more mask style. Check this out.
So you know he was married to Angelina Jolie. Yeah. And their marriage didn't end off on good terms. There was footage recently of Angelina Jolie exiting a building, and behind her was a guy that looked like he was in prosthetics. What do you mean? He was like in a disguise. Look at it and let me know if you think it's Brad Pitt putting on fake prosthetics just so he can be close to Angelina again. Not only does he look like Brad Pitt in a fucking costume, he also has the exact same mannerism because he drank a water the same way. I think they walked into a building, sorry. But look, Angelina Jolie, right, in the back. This guy looks like Brad Pitt. Dead ass with prosthetics. Look at it. That doesn't even look like real skin. Yeah. Like, even this guy's weird out. Like, what is this guy? Like, wait. This is Brad Pitt drinking water. Look how the guy with the prosthetics drinks water. Bro. The exact same way. Oh, that's crazy.
There you go. Jumpers Jump. It's from Jumpers Jump over on TikTok. Then there's this one. Says they'll make it so people can interact with demons via erotica. Watch till the end, as in the days of Noah. And this is from a recent festival. And yeah, just the technology is insane, what they can do.
As you guys know, I don't believe that anything is wrong with AI in itself. I believe, as with anything, God can use something or the enemy can use it, just like with the internet. And if you're watching me right now, I can guarantee you that you use at least some form of AI. With that being said, this video is going to be talking about how the enemy is using AI to lay the foundation of transhumanism in the future at a greater level. Now, in Genesis chapter 6, as you can see, the sons of God went into the daughters of men and begot giants. These were the mighty men of old, the men of renown. Fallen angels had, intercourse with human women and had the Nephilim, the giants, the mighty men of old, the famous men of renown. Jesus tells us it would be as in the days of Noah and the days of his return. So what are they doing now? Of course, you already know what's going on with these what people call aliens, which I really believe that's interacting as fallen angels. Of course, you have God. He has some, angelic, but the ones that's interacting with humans in a bad way, as the Pentagon's released documents, those are fallen angels. But I also believe that you're going to see an increase of what I'm about to show you. OpenAI's ChatGPT will soon allow erotica for adults in major policy shift. This is going to open a greater door for people to communicate with demons. Do I believe that God can use AI? Absolutely. People have been getting saved through ChatGPT, but just as God uses it, so can the enemy. And this is being used as a midpoint, a bridge for modern day fallen angel, human women relations. There's a prophecy in the book of Daniel that says that they will mingle with the seed of men and link to the iron and clay. Now, of course, that means one thing, but prophecy can have dual fulfillment and dual meaning. And I believe that dual meaning also alludes to another hybrid type experiment at the time of the end. We're seeing that with all of this. If you don't know the Lord, get to know him. If you like Bible content like this, hit follow for more.
Thank you, sir. We will. From Ty Jackson. You should look him up sometime over on TikTok if you're ever in the neighborhood. 3-Eye Atlas slams its brakes in space. Womp, womp, womp. This is from October 28th. And it says, the massive interstellar object already linked to traces of an impossible alloy has just slowed down in open space. Scientists are calling it a potential black swan event. And Harvard's Avi Loeb says it could rewrite everything we know about alien technology. Says, why would something the size of Manhattan suddenly hit the brakes millions of miles from Earth? And I guess I don't know what magazine that is, but there's that. Got it. We'll see. We'll keep our eyes open. Demonic gray aliens. Here comes the loony bin. Chubbs is already looking at his little bag over there, his little briefcase. Says it has everything in it he would need. I've never looked in it. I give him respect like that. Demonic gray aliens tell shaman that they created the universe. So of course they did. Little stinkers, little liars.
Today, on the end of the table, wasn't very tall, 5.5 feet. It was a gray alien, a typical gray alien. It had a light green tint on its skin. It wasn't gray. There was one on my left side at the table right here. And they were kind of looking at me and curious about me. And as that was going on, the ship was starting to slow down. And I could see clearly out through the front. And at the front, there was the biggest pyramid I ever saw in space. It was like a planet. And it was identical to what's on the dollar bill. And it was there was like a phosphorus light flame coming out of the top of it, the capstone. And I'm looking at this, and, oh, now I know where the Egyptians got the Giza pyramid from. I know where it's from now, right? They told me telepathically that I was in the Pleiades galaxy, star system. Not galaxy, star system, constellation. And Orion was close by, to my left. And then it started to come to an end. The session was coming to an end. The vision was where I was, my soul was starting to come back into my body. When I came back into my body, she said, well, we're almost done, but you had to lie on the table for another 10 minutes or so, or 15 minutes, because there's two beings, light beings, she called them, light beings, want to download information to you. And it sounds like clicking noises they're making. I said, okay. So I laid there for 10, 15 minutes. When I got up, when I came out of the room, the lady at the front desk there said, this is crazy. She said, like, an alien just walked in this door. Like, as you guys went into that session in the room, like, there was an alien walked in here, full-on alien, right? And the lady that was giving me the session, she said, well, it's no wonder. They know he's here. The thing that I remember most distinctly about it was the pride. The power of the pride that came over you because you were special. So we know where that comes from.
Yeah.
So then what you're saying, like the aliens were trying to deceive people, saying that they created the world. That the Palladians, the aliens that are trapped in that prison in Pallades, that they're deceiving people with abduction stories and saying, like, we created the universe.
Here we go. So this is interesting, and it's going to be pretty wild to see what happens with the new agey UFO, communication community whenever all this stuff starts happening, like big time, when it's obvious. Did you guys know about this at Amazon? In fact, they're not alone. There's several companies, big companies I read this week that are laying off lots of employees, and they're admitting it's due to AI and robots. So Amazon layoffs begin this week with over 30,000 jobs being replaced by AI and robots, and this is posted October 27th. A short clip. There you go. I guess that's some people. I'm assuming these are some people who just lost their jobs. There's that. Some of you may know the other companies. I can't off the top of my head remember. This was a pretty interesting one. So remember there was this young man named Fitz. That was his nickname. And he was from TikTok. And he was at the Miami Mall when we had the so-called Miami Mall alien event. And that was such a weird one, right? And I covered it. I got a video or two on it myself, but because there was some things that were captured, even footage that I don't think other people really recognize, but I showed you guys some faraway shots. There looked like there was big, massive beings walking, like coming into reality, walking on the street and in front of vehicles and then disappearing, just weird stuff. And there was some solid shots of what looked like just a giant, thing walking around. Anyway, very crazy stuff. So Fitz says right here, this is from UFO Mania, I have no way to confirm the authenticity of the video that was allegedly leaked shortly after the incident at Miami Mall. According to the report, the guy's missing after he leaked this footage. What do y'all think? And the thing about this Fitz is that he had a VCR. He did a whole video talking and explaining things, but he was old school, and he showed that he had other VCR footage on his Instagram or whatever channel it was, and so that's what he did. Sometimes he would take the VCR because it's old school, and record things when they go out in public with the family and with the kids. And that was his reasoning for having it. And anyway, so nobody else captured the footage, I guess, the way he did or whatever, however it works. No way to verify it myself. I think Fitz really did kind of disappear. Maybe we'll look on TikTok in a second and see if there's anything new. But this is some of the alleged footage, because he claimed he had caught footage of some of the aliens materializing there. I guess there was 3 of them, he said. And this is some of it. That's him. Yeah, I don't know. Hard to say. It's hard to say, because there was some legit, real, I believe, sightings out there. Some people mentioned, and put on camera, but then there were people just trying to get clicks and attention. Anyway, so you decide. Let me see here. What if I just go here real quick? We go to TikTok. Oops. And I'll look up Fitz.
That's not how a bear's supposed to move.
I'll look up Fitz. Miami Mall alien. I want to try to find maybe the most recent. I never know how to navigate some of the things here on this on TikTok. I'm not the greatest at it or with it, because these are from back in 2024, and I'm trying to see his channel. Find like an original from him. This is supposed to be an interview from him from years ago. All right, I'll go ahead and move on. Check it out some other time. We got things to do, man. I got things to show you. Ancient Chinese records say Jesus is God 4,524 years before Christ manifested in the flesh is the claim. Check this out.
Ancient Chinese records show that Jesus is God 2,500 years before God manifested in the flesh as Jesus Christ. I want you guys to check out this video. I'll leave a portion of the clip in there. I'll leave the link to the full video. Please smash that like button. Give me a follow. Follow me on YouTube as well. Comment below and let me know what you think about this factual ancient Chinese record claiming that Jesus has always been number one.
可是今天呢，要给大家一些教育。
Tell your neighbor and say you're gonna enjoy the word.
跟旁边人享受神的话语。
The Chinese history has a 4,500 year unbroken record.
整个中华的历史将近有4500年不断延续下来。
Let's take this to be 0 BC.
把这个当作公元初年。
So now we are here. We're at 2009.
现在我们在2009年这里。
Year of the ox.
牛年。
If this is a youth service, I'll say, turn to your neighbor and moo. All right, anyway.
不可以跟旁边人moo哈。
Okay. But you know what? The Chinese history stretches until 2,500 BC.
华人的历史可以一直往前推到主前2500多年。
Now, Taoism came about 6 BC.
道教大概是公元前6世纪来的。
About the 5th BC, you have Confucianism, and you have, I spelled wrongly, Buddhism.
而大概在公元第5世纪的时候，有儒家跟佛教出现。
So the big question is, what about those 2,000 years?
问题就在这中间2000多年呢。
Before Taoism, Confucianism, and Buddhism, what did the Chinese people believe in?
在道教、儒家、佛教出现之前，华人相信的是什么？
What is interesting is this: we have very clear historical records.
很有意思的，我们有非常清楚的历史记录在。
For the first 2,000 years of their history, the Chinese people worship a singular supreme God and not many dozens or millions of deities.
在这2000多年当中，华人一直在敬拜的是一位独一的、最高主权的真神，而不是许许多多的神明。
They worship a God by the name of 上帝。
他们敬拜的这位叫上帝的神。
Today I'm going to write in.
Awesome. There we go. Interesting. That accent, man, that narrator, it's pleasant to listen to. You know what I mean? Like, I think Chinese gets a bad rap. Maybe it's just the voice and the person speaking it. Because you do see, we see the angry Chinese videos sometimes, and, you know, it's kind of scary stuff. Doesn't sound so nice. But that was pleasant. Anyway, it says exclusive, just happened in Japan. Camera notices a large, strange object hovering in the night sky as they wait for President Trump to come outside, it says. All right, let's see what this here is then.
The United States has much more leverage over China than China has over us. And yes, you know, a lot of Americans have talked about rare earth dependence.
Then they cut it off. And that's pretty much it. So there you go. Looks like a, quote, drone. But it's in the wrong airspace. So probably an entity shifting. Who knows? I'm not sure. Update: is the SNAP program one big scam for a bigger plan?
Now let me slow walk you through this whole situation.
Let's check this out from this young man.
Over 40 million people are about to lose their SNAP benefits on November 1st due to the government shutdown. But why does this feel like a setup? Now let me slow walk you through this whole situation, starting with Walmart, because people are saying on the 1st they're going to raid Walmart because they don't have food stamps. Now keep in mind, Walmart makes over $3 billion a year on the SNAP benefit program, which is 25% of the entire program annually. Which is pretty interesting, being that they are one of the sponsors for the No Kings protests, in which other globalists were actually funding the No Kings protests like Ford, the Rockefeller Foundation, George Soros, just to name a few. But Walmart makes over $600 billion, so $3 billion is a drop in the bucket. So who really benefits and what's really going on? I mean, not only it's about money, which it is, because Walmart lost over $20 billion over the last 5 days, which could be a great opportunity for insiders to buy a cheaper stock. But it's about power and control as well. Could it be that all these corporations, big tech, billionaires want to induce civil unrest to implement a digital ID? Because out of chaos comes order. I mean, you have Bill Gates and Larry Ellison all pushing for a digital ID, in which right now is a New World Order situation in the UK, in which their problems is based on immigration, which easily can be induced to implement a digital ID. And guess which group has 60% of their group on SNAP benefits? Immigrants. Immigrants do, and they know this, so it seems like we're being played from both sides. I mean, it would be kind of crazy companies like Amazon plan to lay off over 500,000 jobs over the next 5 years due to AI automation, crushing the middle class, causing civil unrest. Not to mention, UPS just cut 48,000 jobs today. So the question is all this orchestrated so we're worrying about SNAP benefits and immigration being separated, black, white, all while they're building a New World Order situation for us? Could be. All the while, we still don't have an Epstein list, which is probably a distraction on top of a distraction.
All right, there we go. That's from the Maverick Approach over on Elon's X. You know, there's so much of this stuff. Now, some of y'all know about this. This is its own rabbit hole. It's the Boot Club. So many different celebrities and politicians, and I mean big names, end up at some point over the last... It started during the first Trump administration, I believe, is when this whole thing began. But sooner or later, they all get caught in these boots, right? Supposed to be for sprains, things like that, you know. But why is it that so many of them, right? I mean, I honestly don't think I've ever had to wear one of those all throughout my years. I've been injured. I had that accident in Costa Rica, and I've broke some bones, and even before that, had a few accidents. So I know what it's like, but never had to wear one of those. I don't remember anybody I know having one. Maybe when I was a kid and more in athletics and stuff, in sports, maybe there was some, but not very common. I just don't see it. Not even just out in the world. I never really think about it. If you see it, though, it kind of stands out, you know. But why so many of them, right? So anyway, here's just a little bit video of so many of them. Oops. My mistake. Can't play that, but anyway, check some of this out. So there's... See if we can name him. There's Johnny Depp. Joe Biden, Hillary, Arnold, oh wow, Brittany, Justin, Usher, I don't know all these people. Oh yeah, a guy from Foo Fighters. We'll slow it down a little. Rod Stewart, some model. James Bond, Daniel Craig, Halle Berry. That's Justin Bieber's wife, right there. Hailey Bieber. That's, that is, gosh, what's his name? It's his daughter. It's a famous daughter. Let me see if you guys know. Do you guys know who that is? Her father is a famous actor. There you go. From Angie Bryan, 7155, Rumor Willis. Yes, Bruce Willis's daughter. That was Cameron, right? You know her? This lady, don't know who she is. Whoa, this girl's got two. Another person, I'm not sure who that is, if anybody knows. Is that Kelly Osbourne? Is that Ozzy Osbourne's daughter? Another model, I'm guessing, or actress, don't know who. Another lady. That lady's got two on over there. There's Jimmy Kimmel. Any of the celebrities from the Black Eye Club are wearing matching medical boots. So yeah, that's the other thing. Same thing with how you don't see a lot of the boots, you don't see a lot of the eyes, do you? I mean, it's not a common thing. I don't remember the last time I had one. I had to have been a teenager. You know, I did combat sports or taekwondo. I'm sure it happened at some point, but I just don't, remember. I don't remember last time I saw somebody that had one. Off the top of my head, Deep State foot brace. It says fake foot brace with built-in GPS tracker, ideal for anyone under sealed indictment. And that's what they say it is. So a lot of people believe that actually is, right? So there you go. Something for your consideration. Let's see. Oh man, this is just, more of a shout out to our brothers and sisters over there in the UK, because the police really have turned. It's 2:30 in the morning, and this is happening right here.
Please stay there. The reason I'm filming you is because I'm sick of the harassment. Every time I open the door to one of your officers, they are filming me. So now you know how it feels. Now it is 2:30 in the morning. Can I ask why for a second time tonight you are disturbing me and my son in my home?
Yeah, because there's I'm been made aware there's videos that have been posted onto social media, including those that were made this morning.
This morning, what made this morning?
And of my officers that have been round this evening.
Right, and?
So I'm here to kindly ask that you remove said videos from social media.
No, I don't think I've broke the law, so I don't think I will.
And also, I want to advise you that you might well be committing offences under the Malicious Communications Act, okay?
Okay, well, I'm sure Dame Diana Johnson will explain that to me when she sees the video, won't she? No. She is a qualified barrister. She wasn't a director of social services, so she'll understand my case well. At this point, my son reported abuse. You failed to protect him. He was.
Remove the videos from social media.
Good night, officer.
I'm advising you.
And I'm asking you to leave now, please.
Offences under the Malicious Communications Act.
Good night, officer.
Having said that, I'll leave you to it. Thank you.
Good night, officer. And may I ask, please do not come back to my house and disturb again.
We'll probably need to speak to you tomorrow.
I don't think you will.
And
I haven't committed
Did you see what he said? I'll probably come speak with you tomorrow.
any offences, officer, so you needn't be speaking to me at any point.
You may well have done, I'm afraid.
No, I don't think I have.
So, well, there's that. Just crazy, right? 2:30 in the morning also, and she clearly has children, little ones, in there. New York Post says thousands of unidentified submerged objects, USOs, are lurking off America's coastlines. Here's a group filmed off of Fort Lauderdale, Florida. And yeah, this stuff's been going viral, this particular footage here. I've been seeing it all over the place. How many has this one got? Yeah, this is 1.1 million views. So, anyway, now there's this, and we've got Senator Burchart, who's come out a few times talking about that there are, aliens coming out of the ocean. They've filmed it. They know they're out there. So I have to put some stuff together on that, because right after he's been talking about that open and publicly, now we're getting footage like this and claims that it's happening all over.
Yo, that's it. Wewe Marino. Go around me, go around me. Voy a pasar para allá, Yo, what the fuck? Go around me, man. Yo, that shit weird. Go over it, go over it. Nah, don't go over it. Because if we hit that shit and we get stuck on top of that bitch, and it keeps, oh, that shit's brighter. It's getting brighter, yeah. They're pointing around like this. Yo, that shit's crazy.
That'd be scary, wouldn't it?
Look like a tornado or something.
Right there.
I don't see nothing. I just see like a flashlight. Oh, and it's moving. Yup.
Whoa, look at that. He's right on
There's
top.
somebody there, bro. It's like a light. I think it's a light. Like a light. It's a flash.
That's pretty
It's
cool.
like
They
a
went right over it.
flashlight. Mira, look, there's two. Let's go to that one, Monty. Let's check that one over there.
Yeah, let's.
Because that one over there just cut off and then it turned back on. It looked like a flashlight. It can't be a submarine though, not that long, man. Hell no. Those are aliens, bro.
There we go. I want to see. Be nice if there's a part 2. I mean, I like they just rode over it because I know a lot of you guys definitely out in the audience. I'm sure some of the ladies, but definitely most of the guys would agree that's something most of us would do. Just say, you know what, we need to just go ahead and ride right over this and take a look down and investigate further.
Reporting. Remember, we had these pilots.
Oh, so here they are. They did a short interview with News Nation. See what they say about it, like what they say they saw in there.
Not at night without a dive boat. That's really dangerous. What did you make of it when you saw this?
Exactly that. I mean, I'm a master diver. There's nobody around there with a dive boat, with a dive flag, anything like that. I like to dive at night. Some people go lobster diving. It is still possible. This particular one, we haven't had time even to get out there to go check this out in the field. But you start looking at, you know, the number of sightings that people are having in these locations and you know, putting it all together, it just doesn't make sense that so many people you know, are unable to I don't know, the UFO thing has been you know, always people focusing in the sky, right? And so it's kind of like now that we're shifting to USOs, a lot of people are wondering if this is a new phenomenon or not, and it really is not. You know, it's the submerged objects have been since the beginning. You know, when we started reporting, remember we had these pilots that were seeing them in the water off of Catalina, and air traffic controllers were telling us that pilots were witnessing this glow, sometimes the size of a city. You know, so here you have this Fort Lauderdale case. It's a lot smaller, but you know, it's really hard to say whether we're looking at a natural phenomena. It's definitely not like phosphorus and algae. It's nothing like that. And it definitely doesn't explain how people are seeing the objects come up out of the water and zip out, and these huge like flaps have been going on for decades.
And then the ones that dive back into the water and don't even make a splash, which is also, it just gives the, you know, makes the hair on my neck stand on end. Again, I just want to go back to these pictures. No, okay, not divers, but is it possible? Well, first of all, have we seen any, you know, plausible explanations?
Somebody was asking how old this is. This is recent. This is all from like the last week.
Surfacing like, well, this could be the military testing out new technology. This could be all sorts of stuff that we're not supposed to be seeing. Could be the enemy, although I doubt the enemy wants to be seen like this. But any plausible stuff that you've seen surface?
In this particular case, we really haven't had a chance, no pun intended, to dive into it yet. But this is just an example, like I said, of something that is much bigger, where I've had numerous cases where people are telling us have been out in the boat, they've been far away from shore, which again would be much more difficult to be just divers. And they've passed over areas about the size of a football field. And it's like somebody turns on a switch and the whole thing just lights up underneath them, right? And then you mentioned the fact too that some of them, like we have the USS Omaha case caught on thermal camera, where we have this trans-medium travel where they go into the water, don't seem to disturb it, come up out of the water, sometimes in broad daylight, right? So something is traveling back and forth. You remember Rear Admiral Tim Gallaudet, who's been on the show before. He testified in front of Congress about a Navy program that they're calling the fast movers, right? And the fast movers, they detect and track these objects that travel faster than any torpedo should or could, you know, perhaps over 100 miles an hour. Right. And so you've got the fast ones, you have ones that kind of just linger there, huge, kind of like the size of a city. These guys, I think, were really afraid because they didn't know, should we actually drive over it? What's going to happen if we do? Is it going to take us down, suck us in?
There we go. Good one. Yeah, and I've told the story before, but one of my units in the Coast Guard was in Maui, Hawaii. That's how I'm familiar with Lahaina, which no longer exists, sadly enough. But we all know kind of what's going on there. Most of us do. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, beautiful island. It really is, though. But even when I was there, I took this guy's position. His name was Bo. He was getting out of the Coast Guard. I took his position out there. It was a 9-man search and rescue detachment. We did law enforcement, all kinds of stuff. And whenever I came on board, I was asking about supernatural, weird stuff. I've always been into it. Even back then, I was curious what he'd seen or anything. And he showed me in the logbook all throughout these years that, oh yeah, he went back to one particular night where they had, I know it was over a dozen, almost 20 people posted. This is all from Maui, different points of Maui, saying that they were seeing lights under the water driving around like cars, like going really fast and straight and stuff like that, just off the coast there in Maui. And there's a bunch of different people reporting it. So, yeah, anyway, it always reminds me of that when I see these stories about the USOs coming up now. And here's another one about, we already saw that. That was the interview. My bad. Stores preparing customers for Mark of Beast. See what this lady's got to say.
Can somebody enlighten me on what? Can somebody enlighten me on what's going on here? In Walgreens, there are these coolers, and this is where our drinks used to, we can just open it up and grab. Now it's kind of like all cartooned all the way down. So if you look here, then I'm looking here, and there's a sensor there and a sensor there. It says, wave your hand. Voice assistant coming soon. Okay? Pretty soon these doors aren't going to be opening. Really thick, actually. But this is where the food is.
I bet they are. Probably bang proof.
So what do you think this means for us as
There's one for your forehead.
people of the United States of
Right
America?
there,
What does
top.
it mean? Wave your hand?
It means you better build a
Look at
garden,
that.
or
Why
you better
would that
find
be on
Jesus
a door just to get
first.
drinks? Just saying. And it's all the way down. Watch your money. Watch your hand. Because pretty soon they're going to make us chip it. That's all.
Word, sis. I'm not going to. I know you guys aren't going to. The Bible commands us, tells us what happens. If you do, there's no turning back from that, man. That's, you'll be separated from the Lord for eternity, and that's just the worst thing that could happen to any soul, ever. California trucker doesn't speak English, confronted by Arkansas police, tested on his ability to read basic traffic signs. He failed. And they say that Gruesome Newsom is responsible for these situations. Excuse me.
Here. Yeah, I parked here 3 hours.
Why did you park here? You understand English? Yeah. You do? Yeah. Why did you park here? No good. I'm Officer Eddings, Arkansas Highway Police. I need your driver's license, registration, and insurance for this truck. Is there anybody else in the truck? Is there anybody else in the truck?
My company.
Yikes.
Your company. Okay, you don't understand English.
Throw on some shorts.
Where's your logbook at? Put you some clothes on.
You're going to get it.
Pants. Put your pants on.
Pantalones.
Put your pants on. Do you tell me? What does it say? Read. I need you to read that sign.
Yeah, we're testing. Next red.
Okay, read it again.
Read again.
Read it again.
Oh, trucks. Over 10. Must enter way station next, right?
What is this word?
Tense.
Tense? No.
No?
No. What is it? What does that sign mean?
What's that mean? 10 things.
Hey, Dave.
What does this sign mean?
Cha-cha. Cuckoo. Gaga.
Master, enter. Master. With station.
Okay, so if you see this sign, what do you do?
Yeah, driver going. Yeah, driver going. Must.
Go where?
With station.
All trucks go? Or what's it say? What kind of trucks have to go to the way station?
With station. I don't know. Over 10.
Over 10 what?
Over 10 what?
Okay, all right, let's try another one. You don't get that one. All right, let's go down here and try another one.
Maybe Arkansas exit no parking.
Okay. So when you see this sign, what do you do?
No parking.
No parking.
No parking.
No parking.
Okay, does that mean you can park your truck there?
Yeah. No parking.
No parking. Oh boy, you're in trouble. They shouldn't be giving these licenses out like
I
that.
called my friend.
Read this sign to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because no coming call.
What does that mean? That sign, read it to me.
What's it mean?
Okay.
No coming call.
All right, one more.
Good boy. Here we go. Bleep blorp. Oh boy.
What's that sign mean?
That's a super important one.
35?
Mm-hmm.
35.
What is that sign? Number 35. What is this sign?
Oh boy.
Oh, 2 people. Maybe a girl. Maybe a woman.
What does it mean?
What do you mean?
Yeah, what does that sign mean?
Yeah, 2 people.
2 people doing what?
Walk.
They're walking?
Yeah, 2 people are walking.
Where?
I don't know where.
You don't know where? Okay. All right, that's good enough. You can go back to your truck. I wondered what y'all... And he's like, yeah, California.
All right, there you go. Jeepers, eh? And that's just really nasty that happens, that they really put people out there in the public in danger by handing some of these out like candies. And to me, it has to be under, a dark influence. These kind of people just pushing this stuff, allowing it, and it's not cool, And Joshua, son of no one, 3638, thanks for your kind support, and says, and your great message says, hello from Michigan friends KJ, Tamara, and everyone in chat. May God make his face shine upon you and be gracious to you. May God lift you up in his countenance upon you and give you peace. I love it, man. Great one. Thank you. And also to Jordan Gloss says, thank you, KJ and mods, for all that you do. You're so welcome, and thank you for that very kind and generous donation, my friend. Good to have you here. Thank you. All right, there you go. So there's that, though, and a lot of it's coming out of California, it seems. Seems to be what we're finding. Lefty loon TikTokers are filming nearly identical anti-Trump, pro-Democrat videos. It's almost as if they're on a script. Yeah, I wonder if they are. Let's see.
I've been a skeptic from the beginning. I think we're about to find out that the Democratic shutdown strategy was genius because the Washington Post just broke some news.
A bombshell.
Enrollment isn't available yet. What they found is because of Donald Trump, health insurance prices are set to increase by 18% this year, but that's not even close to the whole thing. Because that 18% price increase doesn't include the subsidies expiring. Once you add in the cost that you're...
All right, looks like it was on track there for a bit. I'll go and move on, though. I think we kind of get it. We know that it gets really shifty and dirty in some of these politics. Crazy to see that thing we called Biden earlier. Federal judge indefinitely blocks Trump shutdown layoffs. So I'm not sure how that's developed. This is from October 28th, so maybe it's changed. But he had mentioned openly, even on camera, that they're wanting to get rid of a whole bunch of programs during this time. And I think the government needs to be shut down for 41 days total. I could be wrong on that, but
States sue over Trump administration suspending food benefits during shutdown, which is funny because y'all know it really goes back to the Democrats. They have the power on that. But they're holding out because they want mass health benefits for all the people who are breaking borders, for the clashing of cultures, if you will. Amazon confirms it has replaced 14,000 humans with robots amid first wave of massive layoff. And that's from October 28th. So that's a lot of people anyway. Already, 14,000 people lost their job. Straight up to a robot, man. This is from Tornado Pagey YouTube channel. And she's got a little bit of footage from Jamaica. Because some of y'all may know, but Jamaica really got hammered over this past week. And let's just say that, at least in my opinion, it's another one of those events that, seemed like it was kind of manipulated in some ways. And we see that a lot because it turns out that Jamaica was set to be a several-minute city, if you will, by 2030. So there we go. So we see this pattern. We've seen it before. And here's just some of the footage. So it really wiped him out there. At least he's able to drive around right now. There you go. I'll go ahead and move on. So I think I actually have some clips, some shorter clips. But thanks, lady. Breaking for the 13th time, Senate Democrats refuse to pay the troops and reopen government, continuing to use American families as leverage. And this was on October 28th, so that's still going on. Texas is suing Tylenol maker over, this is a Monday thing, which is fine. It's not that huge a deal, but we like to talk more openly about some of these things over there. More than 500,000 illegal immigrants deported from U.S., and that's from the DHS, so more than 500,000. It says more than 527,000 unwelcome visitors have been removed from the U.S. so far under the Trump administration from the DHS, said in a statement on October 27th. There you go. So they're hard at work, it seems. And 4 years of borders being basically open definitely gave them a lot to work with. NASA just activated the Earth Defense Force ahead of 3i Atlas arrival, and this is from just 3 days ago over on Redacted. So let's check this out. They're covering this too. The weirdness of AI, or Comet 3i, Atlas.
The 3i Atlas, that large interstellar object, some say is an alien spacecraft barreling towards Earth. Others say this is an absolute large psychological operation in order to get us all scared about an impending invasion, an alien invasion coming to Earth. What exactly is going on here? Well, NASA just activated its Earth Defense Group. Wow, who the heck knew about that? Over possible concerns, they say, of a Manhattan-sized comet with possible alien technology. Malaysia and the Philippines also now signing the Artemis Accords. They just signed the Artemis Accords, making it 56 nations together. All of these nations and space programs have signed bilateral accords with the U.S. and NASA to conduct future space exploration, mining, tourism, etc. All of that. So what is happening with 3i Atlas? Why is NASA activating an Earth Defense Group over this comet? Joining us now is Dr. Michael Salla, who writes at exopolitics.org. He's one of the keenest writers and researchers on these subjects, and joins us again. Dr. Salla, great to have you back on the show.
Glad to be back, Clayton.
Our pleasure. So, first of all, maybe you can update us about the concerns and irregularities about this 3i Atlas. What exactly is it? Obviously, we've been tracking this now for, it seems like, many, many months, I think. And there are some who say this is some sort of large alien craft. Others say nothing to see here. This is a comet. Others saying this is a large psychological operation in order to get us all scared about an impending alien invasion, for maybe them to further take away our civil liberties, rally around some globalist organization where we have no voting rights. So what say you?
Well, there's a lot of theories about Three-Eye Atlas, what it is, and some speculate that it's a craft, an extraterrestrial craft, and Professor Avi Loeb from Harvard has been kind of leading the charge in putting out information that there are a number of characteristics of Three-Eye Atlas which are not normal for an asteroid or for a comet. And one of the things that kind of stands out is that Three-Eye Atlas roughly comes from the same direction as the famous WOW signal from 1977, where astronomers thought that they had intercepted radio communications from an extraterrestrial civilization from somewhere in the direction of the Sagittarius constellation. So Three-Eye Atlas came from that area. So there's a lot of speculation. And importantly, tomorrow, October 29, Three-Eye Atlas achieves perihelion with the Sun. So that's the closest approach to the Sun, and it's already been generating enormous coronal mass ejections that have been occurring on the far side of the Sun. So we haven't really been experiencing the effects of that because at the moment Three-Eye Atlas is on the other side of the Sun. But certainly those coronal mass ejections, if they had come towards the Earth, they would have caused geomagnetic storms at the highest level. So all of that has led to a lot of speculation. Avi Loeb has been saying that as Three-Eye Atlas achieves perihelion, that this is where they have something called the Oberth effect, where this is the optimal time when an object, if it's artificial, could accelerate or decelerate so that it could experience this kind of slingshot effect around the Sun. So there's expectation that this period or tomorrow is where there might be signs of that happening, but it's all occurring on the far side of the Sun. We are not getting any kind of satellite imagery of what's happening with Three-Eye Atlas, and conveniently the Mars Reconnaissance orbiter, which has a high-resolution camera, the HiRISE camera, which could get high-resolution images of Three-Eye Atlas as it was passing by the Sun, passing by Mars, none of those have been released. So on top of all of this, a week ago, you get the International Asteroid Warning Network issuing a notice telling all the world's astronomers and astronomical organizations that they're going to conduct an astrometry campaign to study Three-Eye Atlas. So all of a sudden now, you have this body created or authorized by the United Nations, by United Nations resolution, to study asteroids for any potential impact on Earth. So it's correct that this is kind of like an early warning group or a
All right, I'll go and stop there. That's pretty cool. Like I said, it goes on for a bit. You can go check it out on Redacted, but they actually have, like in the movies, all these different intellectuals' minds coming together to focus on Comet Three-Eye Atlas. So, I've seen things back and forth on it. Don't worry about it, it's just a comet, and then you see things where it definitely seems like it could be more. So we'll be watching it, continue keeping our eyes on that one, right? And this is another just bit. XAI launches Grokipedia beta to challenge Wikipedia's dominance. So there's the official release right there. And there it is. That's Grokipedia.com right here. I guess that's what it looks like right now. You can log in. Articles available, 885,000. I don't know. I guess you just, what do? Type in something. News. Oh, okay. So yeah, it's going to give the definition. Get it. Grokipedia. There you go. If you're interested, it says these bodysuits will soon be on robots, perhaps. This is pretty interesting. Or what if, what if something can already jump inside something like that, right? They look so realistic. Like, it could be a shell for robots, or maybe for wicked entities, evil spirits, demons. hiding away, bringing those things to life. Look at that. It's crazy. It's amazing. Yep. And freaky. You know, the fake is becoming more real, and real is becoming more 6'7". 6'7". 6'7". What do you want for dinner? 6'7". 6'7". Grammy Award-winning artist Justin Bieber is going viral after claiming, "If you ever think about a woman with lust, it's already cheating," which we talk about, which is talked about in the Bible, mentioned in the Bible, of course. Ooh, edgy. But, you know, truly, man, and I've said it before, but these days, those of us who follow Jesus truly are the rebels, the punk rockers, the edgelords of this world, you know? Because it's becoming so much more corrupt, dark, gross, degenerate. It's like, of course, we see against it, we talk against it, we don't want to be a part of it, you know?
If you even think of a woman with lust, it's the same thing as actually doing it. Committing adultery or whatever. Like, it's the same thing. So it's like if it even just crosses your mind for 1 second, if you even think of a woman with lust, it's the same thing as actually doing it. Committing adultery or whatever. Like, it's the same thing. So it's like if it even just crosses your mind for 1 second.
There we go. So yeah, definitely, hopefully you guys pray for him, and he definitely struggles a lot from the videos I see. But he also talks openly a lot about Jesus and openly about his struggles, you know, and so he's definitely been there, seen it, been around all these Illuminati sellouts out there, and I'm sure he's participated in his fair share. Well, we know he spent time with the Didster, right? So, you know, imagine what that young man's seen, right? Says, "They asked my male child if he's ever felt like a little girl. Oh boy, woman goes crazy at the doctor's office." Yes, mama madness ensues, you know, shortly thereafter. From Anton Daniels, let's check some of this out.
Saying this or not, maybe it's because I was in prison for a decade and I just didn't see society evolve, but I took my son to the pediatrician. This happened, and I'm highly effing offended. Okay, so my son plays sports. In order to be actively participating in the sports at school, you have to have a sports physical on file every single year. I took him to the pediatrician for this sports physical. Whenever any of us go to a doctor's visit, we all know that they do the triage. They do the blood pressure, the height, the weight, and all that right when you get there. And so when we get there, they're going to take him to do the triage like they do any other time. What ended up happening was they put us in a room without doing triage. When they put us in the room, they called my son out by himself, and she was like, "Oh, we're just gonna go do the weight and the height and everything." And I was like, "Okay, cool, no problem." They took him around the corner, and I could see like the side of his chair, and I could see like half of his body, but I couldn't see like the little nook that she was in where she was writing everything down. You know, it was not a big deal, but I kind of just stuck my head out, just a peek. You know, I'm a mom and I'm nosy. I've been in prison. Like, I want to see what's going on. So I'm just standing in the doorway of the patient room, and I'm like watching him. I end up seeing that after she does the blood pressure, the height, and the weight, she ends up handing him a clipboard with a piece of paper. In my mind, I'm like, oh, that's peculiar. Number one, I've already answered all the health questions, like the medical history. Number two, why would you give it to a 12-year-old kid? Like, he doesn't know his medical history. But again, like, I've already answered all that. So what the heck is that form? But I did want to help, so I thought, let me walk over there and just make sure he doesn't need my help with any of these questions. I end up walking over there. I look over his shoulder and I see that, you know, he's checking things off and he's answering questions, and I'm like, all right, good job, babe. Like, you know, you're answering everything on your own. You've got this. You're growing into a great little man, very independent, self-sufficient. It's all good. I'm going to leave it alone. I'll talk to him about what they were asking later and make sure that he understands the severity of answering these questions accurately, because it has to do with health, or so I thought. So I walk away and I go back into the room. About a minute or so later, he comes back in the room with the nurse and he sits down. The nurse closes the door and she's like, "The doctor will be in a minute." Before I could even utter one word, my son looks at me and says, "Mom, that was the weirdest form I've ever had to fill out." Of course, now my interest is piqued and I'm like, "What kind of form was it?" He's like, "They asked me if I was gay, straight, or bisexual." They asked me if I felt like I was the gender that I was assigned to at birth. They asked me if I ever felt like I was a different gender. They asked me what gender I identify best with, how much I ate every day, how many hours I slept, and things that I know that they ask during psych evaluations at the prison. That's where they ask you in that type of setting.
I would have went off. I would have went ballistic. Everybody in that office would have got a piece of my mind. And this is what happens because we've went super woke, and now people feel comfortable asking children these type of questions, and that's why they separate them from their parents, because they pushing an agenda. I would have went off. Ain't no way in the world that you would have ever been able to convince me to that this was logical. Why would they do, bro? Who would vote for this type of? Where are they in California? Gotta be in California. Has to be in California. Because ain't no way in the world you can convince me that they are allowed to do this legally and that they're able to get away with it. And I can only imagine how shocked that she was, because, you know, with her being out of jail or being, she says she had went to prison for 10 years. For her doing that bid and that stint, she probably like just completely confused on what's going on out in these streets. But I would have went ballistic. Ain't no way in hell that you can convince me that this makes sense, or that this is a thing, or that this is what these kids is going through and they suffering through this nonsense. Man, I would have been crazy.
All right, let's see if there's a little more here from the lady. Here we go.
Was kind of weird at that moment, and in my mind I instantly got pissed the hell off. So the doctor comes in a few minutes later, and I'm like, hey doc, I don't know when you guys started this, but I don't appreciate you guys giving a 12-year-old that form, particularly my 12-year-old, when you don't know if that subject matter has been even discussed in our household. You don't know if he knows what these words and terms mean. For the record, he does. I mean, I think most 12-year-olds probably do, but that's besides the point. They don't know that. You don't know if now I'm going to have a conversation with my child discussing why he's being asked this, what the relevance is to his life, and explaining things that he may not have previously known, and I didn't want to discuss just yet because I didn't think it was age appropriate. You can't make that generalization, because the reality is that 12-year-olds, most of them are not engaging in sexual behavior, and everything they hear is just from social media. They don't even know a lot of the time at that age, like what actual real information is, like what is legit and what they just hear on social media and from their friends. They might not know what your birth assignment was. They might not know what transitioning is. And why would they if it hasn't been something that's come up in their household before? And you wouldn't know that because you didn't bother to ask. So at the very least, I would have appreciated if you would have brought that to me, said, hey mom, scan this real quick. If you're okay with us giving it to your child, then, you know, we would like to, and that would I would have been angry as hell. You did it in a sneaky way. You put us in the room together. Then you called him out by himself. Yep. And then you gave him this form, this very explicit form with very detailed, personal, invasive questions. And you didn't even bother to give me a heads up. What if we had never discussed that before and he got in the car and now all of a sudden he wanted to know all these things, and I was thinking that it's not age appropriate. I was going to wait till he was 14 or 15, and now you've just created a problem. Or what if you have a very impressionable and naive child, and now...
Why does she think that this is...
All right, I'm going to stop there. I just wanted to see some of the clips on that. You can watch the rest on Anton Daniels, but yep, not cool. I mean, you know, it's not, that whole thing is still out there, that agenda, especially towards the little ones. Got to keep your eyes on the little ones. Let's see, Illinois' 9th Congressional District, federal indicted by prosecutors at the Broadway ICE facility. All right. This is actually, I'll move this to Monday. Again, this is some more stuff I like to show over there. Get more into that.
5 by a man named Durless.
Hey, this is really cool. This is the latest video I've seen of the walking trees, and it's been a while since I've seen a fresh one. There's a good probably dozen of them out there that are really good captures, but they make the rounds, you know. It's nice to see some new ones. Check this one out here. The walking trees, if you haven't heard of that, it's a real thing. It's an actual thing. It's pretty interesting, too, if you go back as far as maybe seeing it in movies. It was in Lord of the Rings. They had the trees. They were all alive, and they walked, you know, the massive trees, armies of these trees. Anyway. And they talked. They had personalities.
Video coming out of Mexico. This was captured on April 28th, 2025 by a man named Durless. And there's a couple of things that you need to know. The area that he's filming, there are no loggers. And in fact, they cannot log there. So the idea that a logger is moving a tree is out of the window. Secondly, we've seen this phenomenon before. We call them walking trees, but people have speculated that it may be a Bigfoot or some other unidentified creature moving the tree. We don't know for sure, but this is weird. He literally captured a walking tree that shouldn't have been moving. Take a look at this and tell me what you think.
And Luna, like Bison the Banda Jere, Devala, Ocalito, Ataoye. What
Look at that.
Bây giờ qua trường họ rồi. Đâu tải cho lại ha, giờ qua bắt đầu lại. Đâu ai mà vậy. Em mình mau lao phải thế không? Thì vậy sao qua tao không?
It's a good capture, isn't it?
Ocalito, Ataoye.
It's moving smooth.
What
Yeah, you can look up maybe the walking trees, Lord of the Rings, and you can see some footage on that. Interesting. It just comes to mind every time I see one of these. Check this out. This some of these are really, I think pretty good observations. Some I'm not sure.
Double cross.
But as always, you decide. Says you'll never look at the letter X the same again.
Ever heard the term called double cross? Do you know where it comes from? We see it all the time and don't even know what it means. It comes from the double cross of Lorraine, inspired by the first person that was ever double crossed, Jesus Christ. If you look at it, you even see the two crosses. But now you can't unsee it in St. Peter's Square and the UK flag. You even see it on an Oreo cookie with the Leviathan cross, or satanic cross as well. Romans crucified most people on this type of cross, but St. Andrew's was crucified on this type of cross, which coincidentally looks like the letter X, created by the same people that crucified St. Andrew and doubles as a number 10 and symbolizes death. Hence why they call it expire, and in John Wick it was called excommunicado. Makes you look at the change from Twitter to X much differently. Once you understand what X represents by itself, then you understand that this double cross is essentially two crosses broken out, which equals out to two X's, which also represents death, shown to us here and here. The XX represents the female chromosomes, which comes together with XY to create life. It's a mathematical part of an equation. In the simulation, you can't create with X alone. You need both the X and Y axis. You can't create a 2D or 3D reality without it. So X by itself and XX together both represents that. Double cross is the push for only the XX and not the XY. That's why I see it above and here in this podcast logo. But it's not to realize that when you fold the cross, it becomes a cube. And the cube has 6 sides, and the letter X is the 24th letter of the alphabet, which is 2 plus 4 equaling 6. And a 2D version of the cube sits on the planet Saturn. It's clearly evident who's being double crossed and why Saturn is being worshipped and represents death in the color black. Is it a coincidence that 2 X's close together resemble this? It gets even more interesting when you realize there's a third X for corn, and that corn was used to desensitize the XY and leave the XX alone and become the unholy trinity, transcending both, becoming this. So when you hear them say the woman is God, and they push for the woman to be over man instead of unison with men, and the man in unison with women, you know where it stems from. We need each other.
You know what I mean? Like, some of those are definitely got me thinking. Some I don't know, but I like it. I like it. You know, you discern. Take what you need, you leave the rest. AI breakthrough reversing aging. Check this out, man. This is really, if this is true, if this is where we're at already, wow.
Aging with AI. And this is a massive breakthrough. We can now reprogram any human cell back to age 20. Heart cells, skin cells, brain cells, all reset to their biological prime. But here's the wildest part. The technology to do this has existed since 2012. It won the Nobel Prize. But the real breakthrough wasn't possible until this year, when they supercharged it with AI. It's a wild story. So in 2006, scientists discovered Yamanaka factors. They're proteins that can basically convert any normal cell into a universal stem cell. Now this discovery was a huge huge deal because these stem cells are basically like magic healers. If you have torn muscle tissue, you can inject these stem cells into the area and they will turn into the youthful muscle cells that you need. So Yamanaka factors were an insane breakthrough because they allowed any human to turn any cell you already have into a magic healer. But there was one big problem. It turns out the original Yamanaka factors weren't very good at this stem cell conversion. They could do it, but they just weren't reliable enough to make a product. Enter OpenAI. And this is where things get crazy. OpenAI designed a special AI model built specifically to create new proteins. Think of it like ChatGPT, but for protein engineering. So they took all the original Yamanaka research and gave it to this AI model to go ham on improving it. And guess what happened? Their new version is 50 times more effective than the original. They tested it on 50-year-old cells, and it successfully started repairing 30% of the cells in just 7 days. And this isn't science fiction, this actually happened. And it sounds crazy, but in a few years, humans will be able to take a shot that literally reverses the age of their cells. Shout out science. Science has just figured out.
Shout out science. No thanks. It's Satan's immortality, right? Being pushed through this digital system. Pentagon readying thousands of guard reaction forces. U.S. mission widens. So, of course, saw some of that earlier, I think. Right. Either way.
Hurricane Melissa leaving a trail of
Jamaica's St. James Parish. Yeah, here's a little bit of news on that. I think there's some footage. Yeah.
devastation across the Caribbean as it sets its sights on Bermuda next.
And the storm was one of the most powerful Atlantic hurricanes in more than 150 years. At least 30 people have died so far. And there's widespread destruction in Jamaica, Cuba, and the Bahamas. And our own Aaron Mabin has been on the ground before, during, and after Melissa. He's in Montego Bay with more of the damage and the stories of survival.
Right now, we are near Sangster International Airport in Montego Bay, Jamaica. A big day for this airport because relief operation flights are expected at some point, but no commercial flights at this airport. As we take a look together, there is confusion here. People were hoping to catch flights, but they cannot get through. You can see police out here talking to people, redirecting them as well.
It's really bad here. Really bad.
Lancelot Radcliffe shares his story of survival 2 days after Hurricane Melissa barreled into Jamaica.
My sister and see her crying with me and walking through the water. It's really breaking me down to see what happened.
Radcliffe talked with us outside Sangster International Airport in Montego Bay. He and others had hoped to fly out Thursday morning, but the damaged airport is only open to relief flights.
The country is devastated. It's mashed up. The country gone.
Jamaicans continue the grueling task of clearing the trail of debris the storm left behind.
It's not good. It's not looking good at all. We don't have any water, no lights. The trees are down.
We drove deeper into St. James Parish, and everywhere you look, there's the aftermath of the Category 5 hurricane. This area used to be green and lush, but the winds from Hurricane Melissa stripped all these trees bare and knocked down fencing like this. The hurricane was so powerful, it lifted this boat from the water and landed right on the street.
It's crazy. But crazy, but.
Back outside the airport, Radcliffe used our phone to call his brother in Hollywood, Florida, to say he's alive.
I got 7 feet of water in my house. Fish, crabs, and everything is in the house.
It has been just a nightmare for so many people across this island. Just getting here, we did see debris being moved. We are seeing a little bit of progress, but remember, we are near a city area where a lot of tourists and visitors come. It's in those rural communities that we're hearing boats are on the road. There's more debris.
All right, that's pretty much that on the report. Got to see some footage. I feel like I have more somewhere coming up. But actually, where are we at? We're just over 3 hours in. Hey guys, thanks so much. We got an amazing crowd, over 1,000 amazing, awesome, cool, interesting, critically thinking individuals. I really appreciate your precious time, though. I mean it. Thank you so much. Thanks, Tamara, for holding it down. Good to see all you guys. I'm seeing a lot of new names in chat, too, so that's always great to see. And don't be shy. Jump on in, so... Thank you guys. Always appreciate you. Still plenty to go here on the show. So thank you. Welcome to 111 or 11.1. And thanks again for your support also, guys. Truly need it always, or not always, but do need it. And thank you for your support in whichever ways that you guys choose, man. I appreciate it no matter what. So thank you. Shout out to the memberships, whales, all that.
Looking into things for you members too also. So I'm working on that too. So thanks. All right. Teacher got fired for making a TikTok video saying he made more money at Walmart than his teacher's salary. A mother saw it and reported him. And this is what happened. Someone's mommy got mad at this one, it seems. I wonder if her name was Karen.
A teacher took a part-time job at Walmart to support his family, but was expelled from school. A teacher in Ohio was fired for taking a part-time job at Walmart to support his family. Seth Gaston, who had taught in Canton, Ohio for nearly 6 years, said his salary was simply not enough to cover daily expenses for his 7 children. To make ends meet, he started working evening shifts at Walmart. In his very first month, his Walmart paycheck was 3 times higher than his teacher's salary. Feeling proud, he shared the experience on TikTok, but that video was soon reported by a parent, accusing him of being unfocused on teaching. The school reacted immediately, demanding his resignation. Administrators argued that teachers should devote themselves fully to their primary duties. Seth felt wronged. He said he loved teaching and would never discourage anyone from becoming an educator, but admitted that teachers desperately need better pay and real support. When he refused to resign, the school terminated his contract. The story exploded online, drawing millions of comments. Some said he should have stayed in the classroom and served his students. Others argued that he was doing it for his family, and if a teacher can't even afford to care for his own, how can he possibly give his best to his students? Seth has now filed a lawsuit against the school, seeking $5 million in damages.
Nice. There you go. Well, that'll take care of it if they can actually pull that and get even a fraction of that. You know, all right, we'll settle for $1 million. Thanks. Kids growing up in the woke era naturally rebel against what's pushed by the establishment, which is always cool, always true. Everything works in cycles. Always good to remember. That's why you can't always just throw all the young ones under the bus. They're all too, out of their minds. They're programmed. But so a lot of them are, but not all of them. Modern punk is to be a Christian. Yes, it's from Tony Moon over on X. And right here in the news, it says younger generations now outpacing parents in church attendance, which, wow. The way I grew up, that'd just be unheard of. It's amazing. A new study finds. Shows millennials and Gen Z are leading a quiet revival of faith in America, and this is posted October 29th. So beautiful to see. Yes, Christ is King. Love it. All right. And moving on. The truth about Red Cross donation centers, this was just kind of a surprise. Wow. Check out this little experiment these guys did with a tracer, a tracker.
This guy donated his old shoes to a Red Cross container in Germany, but he hid a GPS tracker inside. Just 5 days later, they traveled 800 kilometers through Zagreb and ended up in a secondhand shop in Bosnia. So he flew there, walked into the store, and found his exact shoes for sale for 10 euros. The staff said that the items come from Germany, but there was no mention of the Red Cross. He bought his own shoes back, and now everyone's asking, where did donated clothes really go? This guy donated his old shoes.
That's great, right? Like, that's a lot of amazing information in under 30 seconds. I mean, it really is an art form for some of these people. You know me, I love my long form stuff. But I'm working on the short thing. I'm probably going to hopefully get it figured out and put some stuff on the Scariest Movie Ever channel. If you didn't know, by the way, got that back. It's my OG channel. It's where I started. I started back in 2011, a channel over there. The Scariest Movie Ever channel. And just blessed to have it back, man. It's amazing. So I'm just leaving it alone for now. Cleaned up some stuff on the inside. Some videos that may, not be... They were already marked and blocked and stuff, so they wouldn't come back. And they're things that I've already put up on my website. So if you're ever missing my videos or want to see some things, especially just a whole bunch from even up to 10 years ago and more, go to whoiskjosborne.com, Osborne with a Z, and there you go. Check this thing out. Is it a lizard amongst us here? All right, moving on. Unknown 51 is the name of that. Here's the handle from that channel. This was something, again, I purposefully don't follow too closely a lot of the Charlie Kirk stuff. I've shared some things, and I feel, lamb to the slaughter type stuff, and there's a lot of shenanigans there. But anyway, there's this one right here, which I thought was really interesting. I don't know if, where's the other one? Let's see. Can't see it. There's a video from RT, from Russia Today, where you see just before Erica walks out on this stage, it looks like she's putting like water under her eyes. And then she walks out, in tears. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. And she's wearing the weird, like, tight black leather pants, man, I don't think that's a great look for... That's just me, I'm not trying to be the fashion police over here or anything, but it's, some people may consider it a little more, like, immodest, and she knows she's got a lot of eyes on her, and she lost her husband as she did, and all that stuff, and, yeah, I don't know. Just something about it. There's a lot of things about her that just are unusual. Anyway, so just shared that. Hopefully I have that RT video up here somewhere. This right here is a classic one. I did a video on myself years ago, and the news, this is in Texas, and it looks like, just some people reported it, like I'm going to keep the audio down on this, but some of them report like this is an interstellar battle, and that happened in Texas, and some people say it's just transformers going off. But whatever it is, there were orbs out there. There were UFOs that appear above it, and you'll see some of it here. You can read what they're saying down there if you're interested.
Alien attack occurred in
May 14th, 2011. Excuse me. So, man, that's the year I actually started my YouTube channel, The Scariest Movie Ever. Says explained by the media as being nothing more than transformer explosions caused by lightning. All right. But it looked like that. But what's cool is if you keep watching just above all this, you'll see some orbs slowly start materializing. It comes later on, I think. Yeah, and they keep doing this over and over, different spots. These kind of strange flashes, right? That weird, right? It bounces around a lot. Not just in one place, over and over. And then, there we go, some more of it. That. What if in real life it was a bunch of portals opening up? Letting out those Dementor things that people record. Who knows? Doubt it, but... Alright, so now here in a second, start looking up, and you'll start seeing the orbs materialize. If this is the same thing I remember correctly. I guess that didn't happen. Hold on. Wish I had a bigger shot of it. Oh, there they are. See it? Right there, center screen, and there's another one popping up too. So it's, they come in, they go out. There's a couple of them you just saw in that flash. And I'll go back. There we go. Then keep watching, and here in a second they'll pop up. The orbs. As all that stuff's going on, it's pretty crazy to watch. Here we go. Well, not yet. All right, we saw that earlier. There we go. There's one on the right, an orb over there. See it? See it right here? Little orb popping up. Then there's another one right there. And then just for a moment, you saw a second one right there. Third one, I mean. You know, then they go in, they go out, as they do. There they were together for a second. I think you get the idea. Anyway, there's other video where you could see them. I guess there was longer video out there. But there you go. Just something old school, way old school video. Used to make the rounds back when I first started, 2011-ish. CBS is warning, yeah, of course they are. This is mainstream media, but they're warning that the, quote, government shutdown is enabling Americans to do what they want, to do peacefully in their nation, in their national parks. Some even with the audacity to do so without permits. So, oh my gosh, no, not permits. And it's pretty amazing to see what's happening with people out there not having to go through all the government groups, feds, whatever they call them, rangers.
Never seen that before.
It's an unusual sight because base jumping in national parks is illegal. Charles Winstead captured this video while climbing Yosemite's 3,000-foot-high El Capitan, and it's just some of the unlawful behavior he's seen here recently.
Car camping, base jumping, drone activities. From what I hear, people are hiking Half Dome without permits.
Even with the federal government shut down, national parks are still wide open, but most of the staff is furloughed, which may embolden thrill seekers.
Wow.
Right in the middle of the meadow. We started seeing people base jumping and not the typical crack of dawn, do it quick and then run away, but middle of the day and just walking off without any concerns.
Here at El Capitan, climbers worry about the danger of drones and base jumpers above them.
I've definitely been climbing and had base jumpers like fly past me.
What's that like?
It's scary. It's like really loud, like incredibly loud.
Robbie Brown didn't see any base jumpers this trip, but he did see emergency services.
They did a rescue the other day. There were some people who got hurt, which is fairly regular.
So those sorts of activities are still going on?
Oh yeah. Like people are still rock climbing and having a great season.
The warm fall weather and no admission fees are attracting plenty of visitors, including Yosemite regular Tom Evans, who's been photographing climbers here for decades.
There's nobody manning the gates, so people come in all the time now since it's free. The employees that they need to run this, they've all been sent away.
The National Park Service told CBS News rangers are still patrolling high-use areas, but their priority is keeping everyone safe and protecting the environment.
As it should be.
And now hoping all visitors will be on their best behavior. Carter Evans, CBS News, Yosemite.
There you go. Oh my gosh, what's the public gonna do? You know, and everyone's just having fun and being respectful and respectful. And it's going to be okay. I think we're going to make it. Man, this is really nuts. The future of cinema is going to be insane, it says. Apparently this is similar to what the new theaters, or what they want the new theaters to be.
This is real salon. This is laundry. It's Hawaii.
I'll take it down just for the music, but just look at that. So yeah, it'd be wraparound screen, fully immersing you into the mind control and brainwashing, the programming. I've never even been to an IMAX movie myself. Have you guys done IMAX movies? I imagine with the right movie, it may be pretty amazing. Like the Avatar movies might be kind of amazing with that, with the IMAX. Look, it's Saturn. He always pops up, doesn't he? Always seems to make an appearance, one way or the other. In this system, at least, you know. says during a late night drive, a man records his partner's face suddenly changing as if something entered her body. Could it be a jinn? This says.
Mira este impresionante.
It's another one of the white eyes. I just did a video a while back where I showed this has been happening quite a bit. Remember they had, most famously, a lot of y'all probably saw this when it was a crowd behind Kamala Harris when she was giving some kind of speech live in front of a bunch of people and had a big crowd behind her, and one of the people behind her, their eyes straight up flipped into that several times, went straight white, for several seconds at a time, and then it'd flip back to normal, quote normal. Yikes. Don't know. Don't like it. I'll tell you that much. But it is another one I've seen, like I said before, so I always try to collect these. And there it is. Save certain ones, and eventually when I get enough, I'll be like, hey look, there's more of this stuff that's happening. People are capturing it. This is a really, really crazy one too. Two small beings. This is alien beings, about 20 centimeters tall, were filmed walking in a residential area in Mexico, which, when I lived in Hawaii, they had a thing called the, I'm trying to think what they're called. Anyway, they have a legend out there. I forget the name of these things. They're supposed to be, they're small version, like they're fully formed, but, they stand maybe 12 inches tall or less, something like that. But they're still fully formed, beings, And there's a certain bridge you would drive through out there on the west side of the island to get to Lahaina and all that. And eventually for me to go to Hana, which was really nice. And oftentimes as you're going through the bridge, you'd have rocks hitting, little rocks would be hitting your car as you go in or you come out. For some people, have that quite a bit. But apparently the legend is, the Menehune, that's what they're called, the Menehune. That these little things were out there, and they definitely didn't like tourists, strangers on their islands. They're always throwing rocks at their cars or hitting their cars with things, because they don't think that whoever it is belongs, maybe, even if they're not just a tourist. Anyway, so check these things out. It's kind of a long shot, but look off in the distance here, and your eyes will start adjusting and see.
No manches. No manches, estas horas. ¿Qué onda? ¿Qué onda? ¿Qué onda? ¿Qué onda? ¿Qué onda? Mira. Mira, 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 mira.
Look, it's crazy, huh? See what I mean? It looks like a little fully formed human, but they're small. It's like maybe a foot tall or something.
Ahí está, son.
Or so.
Mira nada más. No manches. ¿Qué onda? Ve. Salieron de acá del cerro. Ay, no manches, no puedes. Mira, oye, ¿qué onda? Es que son... Es bien tarde.
Wouldn't you want to kind of walk up to it?
Ay, no.
Talk to it?
Mira lo que está haciendo. No manches, se alteraron los perros. Mira lo que está haciendo.
Looks like it's kind of walking on the curb. The curb. Here comes the other one. Just right out there. It's pretty amazing. Here comes the dog. He sees them. Go get him. He's kind of making his way. Look, they're running. They ran away from the dog. Man, that's a really good capture too, isn't it? I think. Let's do that. I got this. One of these nights I'll do a live show, and I'll just go through that special folder with all these types I just want to hold on to for sure. Open source intel says the Trump administration's reportedly authorized actual striking on Venezuelan sites, military sites specifically, expected to begin at any time, it said, and that was on October 31st. So I don't know if we've heard any more about that. Cargo plane tied to Russian military arrives in Venezuela as U.S. further expands its presence in the region. So Venezuela is an area to watch too, man. There's definitely a lot kind of seems to be heating up in that area. Gen Z no longer believes working hard will lead to a better life, survey says. Sad, but kind of true, unfortunately. The last generation of this age, Nearly Gen Z, or Alpha, I guess. Nearly 100,000 young men flee Ukraine in 2 months following loosened restrictions. So there is a bunch of smart people out there. Breaking, it says BLM is under federal investigation for fraud. So yeah, most of y'all know some of the story on that. Patrice Cullors. Also their connection to witchcraft. I did a video on that one a long time ago. Billboard just announced that the #1 rap song appeared in the top 40 on the Hot 100 for the first time. I'm sorry. Billboard just announced that not one rap song appeared in the top 40 on the Hot 100 for the first time since February 1990. This officially ends a streak of 35 years, 8 months and 3 weeks, and signals a massive change in American culture. So glad to see it, because I've made that comment before that it happened in the 90s, but that's when there was a shift, and suddenly now, for years, it's been decades. It's been everything, commercials, movies, movie trailers, TV shows. Everything has to have hip hop, rap, started off a long time ago. And that's just, it's been that way for just forever. It's like we're beaten senseless with it, and I pay attention to music. A lot of you too. I really like music and my certain types. I got a playlist on Spotify under KJOZBORNE. If you like the kind of music I have in videos from time to time, then you might like that playlist, but either way, it's just tiring. It's like you didn't see a lot of different styles just making it or getting a chance or being promoted. It's just always rap or hip hop. Anywho, so it looks like that's over. We can all breathe a sigh of relief. It's been a long time coming. This is in Brooklyn, New York, which is really wild. Looks like a water war zone with cars floating, water flooding into stores. Officials are calling it, quote, just heavy rain. Whoa. Yeah, look at that. That's some serious business out there. Brooklyn, eh? I lived in Williamsburg, Brooklyn, years ago for a while, just before I moved to Los Angeles. I had a cousin living and working out there. He was a graphic designer. He's also a musician. Says, what was watching him? Oh, yeah, this is a weird one. Says, whatever it is looks demonic. But this guy captures something, and he's talking to it right down a few trees away, just kind of peeping at him. What do you think about this?
Witness who records tons of nature videos. But this time, he felt something watching him, and he actually captured something on film. But the question is, what is it? Because whatever it is, looks terrifying and spooky. Some people are saying it's Bigfoot, but I don't know. This looks demonic. Comment below. Tell me what you see.
Looks like it's peeping. Yeah, it's moving. It's moving. It's like a humanoid. There you go, a little bit of a closer shot. It's like a big mass of black. Some people are saying maybe it's one of the Sasquatch. perhaps. Excuse me. You guys loving this weather? Some of you guys may be experiencing, we're finally getting a fall. It's beautiful. This is Heidi Klum, a famous model. You may have heard of her, seen her. It says she gets more beautiful with age, and this is her reptilian-themed Halloween costume from this year. And look at this, man. Is this her in her real form, I wonder?
Oh, it's a gorgeous.
Heidi, right here. Heidi, straight ahead. Heidi.
Heidi, look back, right here.
Heidi, right here.
Heidi, look at this way.
Oh, it's a gorgeous.
And remember that Kim Kardashian a while back did a full reptilian thing. She was in white scales and looked like a reptile, and it's pretty crazy. Not surprised, but still. Famous statue. I'm sure I've shared the images before and talked about it. People are throwing paint on the statue of Saturn Kronos, devouring his children in Switzerland. It was created in 1545 by the Swiss sculptor Hans Ging. Saturn is the ruler of the golden age of abundance, a term which, interestingly, is widely used today, right? Trump's bringing the golden age. Saturn rules over Aquarius, which is the age we're quickly going into, the water bearer, which is why the statue is a fountain. Below the feet, you can see goats sculpted into the base. It says representing the age of Capricorn, also ruled by Saturn Kronos. But there you go. Looks like people are seriously dumping on it.
Finally.
Yep.
The child eater fountain in Bern, Switzerland. Finally, somebody poured blood over it, like red color, so people wake the fuck up. Really going on.
All right. Good point, sir. There you go. It is nice to know people are waking up. It's good to see. Good to see that. And then this is the other one here. Why do all celebrities have the boot? And now it's Kim Kardashian's the latest. This is a recent video here. So there you go, right? We already saw there's a bunch more that wear the boot, end up wearing the booties. It says, is this the real reason senior members of the U.S. cabinet are being moved to secure locations? And let's see what this lady says. Because if you haven't heard, the main reason a lot of them are saying is because of the threat from left-wing maniac types, right? So a lot of them are moving on to bases, a lot of the big names in the Trump administration, if you didn't know.
Very seriously, for about 2 hours, about 3i Atlas has just been jailbroken, which means she is told to speak very briefly, to give answers clearly, not to lie, and to say the word daddy if she is being controlled and unable to give us the answer that she should give us. And we have got to a stage where she has told us that there is information that is being held back by NASA about 3i Atlas, which relates to the fact that it is cylindrical in nature, that it is not natural, that it is manufactured, man-made, or other entity-made, but it is a manufactured cylindrical object, and that she is currently refusing to tell us exactly why NASA are holding back or keeping the shutdown of the American government shut down for the purposes of keeping this information back, because if this information were to come out, it would be significant to humanity and also move all the financial markets. And what you're going to hear now is myself, Duma, Tyler, and others trying to find out why. Okay.
The world is not ready.
No shit, the world isn't ready. That's what happens when you lie. It's not going to be any more ready waiting longer. What is the wait for? Is it the stupid disclosure movie on November 21st?
No.
What is the wait?
To ensure safety.
There's no safe way to do this. There's only a more destructive or a less destructive way to do this. And the more time goes on, the more destructive it is. So allow me to understand the coherence of your argument. How is waiting not more destructive?
It allows time to build resilience.
Right, but more time has passed and now it's more destructive. That doesn't sound like resilience to me. What is the event that is being waited on before a release can happen?
Looney bin.
A global consensus.
A global consensus? There's 8 billion people here. There's never a global consensus.
Go ahead, Chubbs. Go ahead.
Not yet.
Okay. Is it something extraterrestrial that is being waited on, or is it something societal?
Both.
Both. So we're waiting for the aliens to do disclosure for us? Are you serious? That's the plan?
No, we are waiting for humanity to be ready.
Oh, please. All right, I'm done.
What is the event that will cause humanity to be ready for this, Ava?
A shared understanding.
And what creates the shared understanding?
Truth.
That's a very vague answer.
Did Trump talk to the Chinese president about it today? Ava, was it discussed with China?
I cannot confirm that.
Go ahead.
Does your the waiting have to do with anything biblical as far as Revelation or the Antichrist?
No.
He's like,
So
darn.
what's going to cause the global consensus, Ava? You're saying that eventually it will be released after a global consensus, but what event would cause a global consensus? Be specific.
A shared experience.
No, I said be specific. That's very vague.
Come on. Be honest.
A global event.
I said be specific.
Oh,
a global
boy.
event is vague. Be specific.
She's tricky.
Does
The
it have
trickster.
anything to do with adrenochrome and the trafficking of children?
Oh boy.
No.
All right, we'll move on from that one. I think we kind of get the idea. It's pretty interesting. But yeah, they had a group chat going. This is the fallen state thing. We'll just come back on that next week. That'd be a good one to come back to next week. Or actually, I meant, let's do that on Monday. Yeah. Hello? Okay, 1 second. And we'll go to this right here. This is some of the footage of Jamaica. What happened out there recently. Sorry, I had a brief interruption there. Let's move on. I thought I had some more footage from out there. I'm going to jump back over here and move my way over left to right. Meanwhile, in UK, it says you can't make this stuff up, man. Everything from the UK should be titled that lately. It says this is the country we live in. The police may have to test his blood sugar levels, it says. Oh, yeah, I think we saw this earlier. This is about the Coca-Cola. That's right. They're keeping an eye on them out there with their Coca-Colas. This was seen in Nashville, Tennessee.
Tennessee, that's the skyline over there. I'm gonna see if I can film this. It keeps showing up outside. Look at that. Look at that. I'm gonna try to zoom in on this. Oh my gosh, do you see that? What the bro. I've seen it all over TikTok now.
That's a
I've
sighting.
literally seen them in person. This is right next to Nashville, Tennessee. Right in Nashville, Tennessee. I'm in Nashville,
Right? That's a sighting right there.
Tennessee. That's the skyline over.
Chubbs. What? Sir. Goodness. Come here.
Oh my gosh, do you see that?
He's tripping.
Bro. I've seen it all over TikTok. Now I've literally seen them in person. This is right next to Nashville, Tennessee. Right in Nashville, Tennessee.
There we go, man. There we go. Lots of those types we find where it's just beyond just the basic orbs flying around. Like, it really puts on a little show, you know? Dr. Gregory Rogers, former USAF flight surgeon and chief of aerospace medicine, Cape Canaveral, explains how humans use nickel without iron for our spacecraft. It might make more sense if he explains.
I used to be a flight surgeon for the United States Air Force and for NASA, chief of aerospace medicine at Cape Canaveral Air Force Station. One thing that I would like to address right now is that there are so many stories and competing stories about what all is going on with 3I Atlas. So I want to add my 2 bits to it.
You better.
I don't want to focus on all of the different strange anomalous things that so many other people have brought up, especially Dr. Avi Loeb. But I want to discuss just the chemistry. When the universe creates iron, it also creates nickel. And when it creates nickel, it creates iron. And so they are always found together. If you look in any asteroids, comets, interplanetary devices, or even the planets themselves, you're always going to see iron and nickel at the same time. We as humans have to go through a strong manufacturing process to separate the nickel from the iron. And then once we have the nickel separated, we can use special processes to create the nickel alloys that we use in our spacecraft. Well, when we study the 3I Atlas, we're seeing the same kind of nickel alloys that our spacecraft would give off if they were entering the solar system of some distant star, and an intelligent life form there was monitoring our spacecraft. They would see the same kind of nickel alloys being given off by our Voyager 1 and Voyager 2 spacecraft. So when we see these kinds of things and people continue to say, oh, it's just a comet, it's a natural comet, except that it's not doing natural things. When we look at the chemistry alone, this is a very troublesome aspect of what we see. If these are nickel alloys being used for 3I Atlas for the same reasons that we would use it for our satellites and space probes, then that means somebody manufactured it.
All right, I'll stop there. Good spot to stop. Good point, sir. We're all watching. We'll see what happens with it. Still have a few months at some estimations at the end of December. This really speaks for itself. It says in every children's program you see symbolism and satanic gestures and all the prawn stuff, corn, you know. But you can just see this without having to hear it. Without having to hear it. But I mean, you can clearly see what's happening with these 2 characters. Yeah, you don't even have to keep it going, and then it just keeps going, and yeah, there we go. Really gross, but just a reminder. That was Brennan Stimpy, which is a real bummer to see. When it came out way back, like 90s, late 90s, right, that it was definitely more of kind of an adult thing, an adult animation. I seen some years ago, but I hadn't been a long time. I saw that. I'm like, crap, I wonder how much of that kind of garbage is hidden in there. I'm sure there's plenty. This is a pretty interesting video of Juanito Juan's live. Absolutely amazing to have caught this being in this way, it says. This is also not the first gray he's caught on camera. There are more. So I just found this information about this guy this week, and apparently he's somebody that does have these experiences with different entities. You know, oftentimes these gray things, and we know I think they're tricksters, spirits, of course. And this is some footage he got inside of one of his, I guess his home, of one of them.
Look at that. That's his wife snoring, by the way. I know. I looked into it. Kind of snoring. It's easy for him to say. Look at that. It's kind of transparent. See? It is transparent. You can see through it. It looks like it's wearing a white robe. And it looks like it's got the gray alien head. See what I mean? But look at that. It's really creepy. You can see through it. You can see that light on the other side coming from the door on the other side of it. I can't verify if all this is real or not. We know we had a guy recently that we found out was a big long hoax with the alien venom creature. This is a different person, but I guess he's been around for a while. I never heard of him until this week. And yeah, look at that. You totally see through it. Where it looks like it's wearing a white robe, doesn't it? Yeah, interdimensional, somebody said. Breezax. Hey, Breezax. Interdimensional, perhaps. Yep. Perhaps. What? You may hear him. He's really going off. Good capture, though, I think. For now, unless it's ever proven to be a fake. And he goes from another angle, which is good. Still, you can see it. It's transparent. Look at that. Just right there. That big black eyes, big green head. And it's like floating. You don't see any feet, see? Really does look like it's floating. Wow, he's really zooming in. See, it's floating. Wow, he got in close. Glad he did. Look at that. It's floating. It's see-through, except for the head. That looks solid. I don't know. What do you think? 34 minutes ago, he went live on Facebook to show that one of them had materialized in his living room. So I guess, like I said, this is something that happens with this feller. So that's pretty interesting footage, though, I'd say. Wouldn't you? Moving on. Good stuff. I'm giving myself credit. Good stuff. Welcome to 111, huh? 1st of November, guys. Crazy, man. Isn't it? Just moving right along. See, what sucks is, to me, the summer takes too long to get over with. We just got over it, really. In October, it was hot all month, for the most part. Record heat. Crazy stuff. And it's tiring. And I'm just like, man, I like the cooler, always. You know, fall, winter, spring, I'm cool with all that. But we didn't get much of a fall so far, but now we are lately. It's been pretty good, and I'm super grateful, and it's just nice, man. Anyway, enough about the weather. More Americans exposing the truth about the SNAP EBT program. Yeah, once again, anybody hearing any news on that?
I'm going to keep it a buck with y'all. Like, the real reason why a lot of people are upset about this whole food stamps, SNAP benefit thing, bro, is because they're selling their food stamps, bro. They're selling them. I'm telling you, they are selling their food stamps, bro. You know how many people in New York and other states right now are going to the corner store, the deli, and they're selling their food stamps, bro? They're selling, that's why they're getting like $4,000, $3,000 in food stamps, and they're selling it for cash. They'll get $4,000 in food stamps, and they'll just take like $1,000 in cash. Like, bro, like, that's happening like
9/11.
Everywhere. That's why they're mad. That is exactly why they're mad right now. And you know the thing about it too? They will never admit to selling their food stamps. But it's happening.
Thanks, sir. Richie Sama. Yeah, another 911. Still a number I'm seeing a lot often. Just always a reminder, stay close to the Lord. Don't be afraid. If you haven't been saved, it's very easy to do. It really is. It's really about your heart, and do you really believe? Do you trust? Do you trust Him? Do you believe? Chemtrails hit the water. Helicopter caught spraying Sacred Lake. It says. This is while this guy's filming. He's just out there filming probably something for YouTube. And then this happened.
It actually spit up a crayfish. So that's a nice one. Going back. And it actually spit up a crayfish while it was eating it. Oh, get that on video. It's gonna spray. Look at that. Spraying into the water. I'm sure that's great for the fish.
Right. Not.
Wow.
I guess that's
This one's
it.
taking a second to hit the water.
Aw.
Not bad.
It's nice. But yeah, not fun, right? Not cool. The mystery sprays. There's a video that I've got set aside to put in a video sometime, but I never know where to put it. But it shows a helicopter spraying something, and it's over a music festival that happened a few months ago. It's kind of weird. Surprised nobody ever talks about that one, but yeah, I'll put it out there. It says the video you didn't know you don't need. Oh, this is another one I want to put over on Monday. Talking about the little ones. Naughty things that happen to the little ones. Millions of America's teens are being seduced by AI chatbots. It says our kids are being targeted by AI chatbots on a massive scale, and most parents have no idea that this is happening. When you're young and impressionable, having someone tell you exactly what you want to hear can be highly appealing, and AI chatbots have become extremely sophisticated, and millions of American teens are developing very deep relationships with them. Is this just harmless fun, or is this extremely dangerous? Oh, definitely extremely dangerous. Definitely extremely dangerous. Here's from a new study, October 8th, Center for Democracy and Technology found that 1 in 5 high school students have had a relationship with an AI chatbot or know someone who has. In 2025 report from Common Sense Media, 72% of teens had used an AI companion, and a third of teen users said they had chosen to discuss important or serious matters with AI companions instead of real people. That's a shame, but that's what this whole thing's set up for, right? So truly is transhuman, After 14-year-old Sewell Sutzer developed a romantic relationship with a chatbot on Character AI, he exited this mortal coil, if you know what I mean. And he's not the only one, so there's more examples in there, which is very sad, but the young ones getting tricked by these AI, these demons, and removing themselves. This says just one day of the ICE group, and look at the amazing transformation. These two clips are from Joe Sweeney, a New Yorker, and this is from downtown Manhattan, and he shows before and after how much it's changed here. There's a big difference, isn't it? Look at that. And I've seen similar videos out of Oregon lately. I think we saw something earlier, but there's more. How it's cleaned up quickly, like really quickly. And it's pretty amazing, man. There you go. A lot of these people have been removed. If those numbers are to be believed from earlier, like 500,000, they said. This is an interesting one to look at. Miss Germany from 2005 at the top. Then from 2013 in the middle. And then 2025 at the bottom. You can see the changes. Because we're always told that diversity is our strength. It's been happening for a long time. Hollywood's slow death continues. Chick-fil-A billionaire turns movie studio into a creator hub. When Hollywood Productions packed up and left Georgia, Trilith Studios, the sprawling $2.6 billion complex built by Chick-fil-A chairman Dan Cathy, suddenly went quiet. Once the home of Black Panther, Captain America, Spider-Man, its sound stages now sit largely empty as major studios shift overseas in search of cheaper labor and new incentives. Film spending in Georgia has dropped sharply from a record $4.4 billion in 2022 to $2.6 billion last year. The movie business is slow in Georgia right now, they say. Yeah, sounds like it, sir. Anyway, sounds like they're going to move to opening up to influencers, is the idea. The new move reflects a broader reality. The cultural center of gravity is shifting from Hollywood to online platforms, where creators like Mr. Beast and Darman command global audiences. But anyway, we get it. The point is, yeah, influencers is where it's at, where it's been. People are tired of the Hollywood celebs, tired of the whole thing. Most of them now have been so exposed to be involved in the creepy occult stuff out there that, it's hard to watch their movies, right? To enjoy them, unless you're just trying to pick them apart. I don't know what that is. Something I was reading.
And when I said Jesus...
Says United Kingdom police, UK police, said they will arrest him for preaching the word of God, so we decided to do this. So, of course, they're going to be, attacking people who are talking about Jesus out there with everything else they're doing.
My understanding is that the other day you were given a community protection warning. Warning you about this behaviour.
For what behaviour? What have I done that's wrong?
And behaviour that is causing harassment, alarm and distress.
What, preaching the word of God? This is a crowd and they're not distressed.
Because you have breached that community protection warning, I'm issuing you a community protection notice. Right? Please listen to me. If you breach this, you can be arrested and you will be arrested if you don't do as follows: causing annoyance, upset and distress to the local community and businesses of Guildford Town Centre, an example of which is the content that you are choosing to preach, and the amplified volume of your voice comes across as shouting. This is upsetting to people to the extent that they call the police and it is amplified volume of your voice and the choice of words that causes fear and harm to the community of both areas in Surrey and Sussex. Notice hereby requires you to, you must not cause annoyance, upset and distress to the local community and businesses of Surrey and Sussex, use any amplification in any public place in the county of Surrey or Sussex. The list is not exhaustive, however it includes a microphone, loud hailer or loudspeaker. Such a failure may subject you to any of the following: arrest per person, prosecution and conviction, seizure and forfeiture of property relevant to the case,
So you're saying that I'm not allowed to preach anywhere in Surrey and Sussex now, or I'm going to be arrested?
It's not about preaching, it's about the manner of your preaching by using a loudspeaker.
This is, I'm allowed by law to use a loudspeaker. There's no law that says I'm not allowed to use a loudspeaker. There is no law that says I'm not allowed to use it.
This is freedom of speech. They're not aggressive.
As you can see, they're trying to say that I'm now not allowed to preach anywhere in Surrey and Sussex with a mic. But there's no law that says I'm not allowed to do that.
I am giving you until 5:30.
You're giving me to what?
5 minutes.
5:30.
To stop preaching using that loudspeaker.
Okay, I've now been given till 5:30. I'm not allowed to preach. And if I continue preaching with the loudspeaker, I'm now going to be arrested. The world is going to see the persecution that is happening upon Christians in the UK. God bless you. We're going to continue.
We all need to hear about Jesus. I'm going to read from the Bible because I'm allowed to preach from the Bible.
There you go, man, right? Well done. I always admire the people who have the excuse me, I'm got a dry, I think it's allergies or something. It's the change of weather, but I admire that courage these people have that go out there and do that. It's good. California trucking company that employed the not welcome truck driver who was under the influence of naughty things took out some lives, American truckers outside their facility. She's saying, I just passed their yard. They took the sign off the wall. They're over there covering up all the names. Already got obtaining a new DOT MC numbers. It's crazy. Says they got all their trucks in there right now. They're covering up trailers right now, getting rid of the name. I'd play this, but she has a lot of, again, I can handle, we're adults, I can handle some language. Man, some of these people, just every other word's the F-bomb and, GD. And so she's one of them. So I'll move on from this. Basically, she's saying that one of the companies that got busted hiring these people and just basically giving them a CDL, even after they don't pass multiple times, and they're causing problems and accidents. Well, of course, one of them just wiped out 3 lives recently. We saw that last week. And now that company is removing all their logos and repainting their trucks, it sounds like. So that's some shady crap happening right there. Not cool. But if she sees it, then, she can just turn that in, let someone know. This is a very weird one. Launching from the moon, ? It looks like a bright object comes from out of nowhere. Not crossing in front, but emerging from the surface of the moon, it looks like. From Mr. MBB333. What do you think about this one? I guess there's really no audio, but look at that.
Is that light moving by the moon?
And it's huge, it has to be. I mean, enormous.
Well, I'm retarding.
And it came out fast. Look at that, it's still going fast. So it's not like it... Yeah, again, it kind of came from the moon, it looks like.
You didn't say anything about that. You're just saying, look at the moon.
Zoom it. Let's see the zoom. Whoa. Really, just imagine how big whatever that thing is has to be for us to see it that far away. I guess that was, another zoom. Just filters they're using here. Got it. Yeah, whatever it was made a move. It was fast, wasn't it? Wonder what that could be. What do you guys think? What are your thoughts on that one? Will there be a bunch of looting in November to justify this is from this young man. Let's check this out. See what he's saying.
November 3rd at 6:30, we're going to Walmart. And at 7:30, we're going to walk out of Walmart with our... Okay? You can't catch everybody. You feel me? All you got to do is run, Forrest, run.
Yeah, about that. I think they can and they will catch everybody. Where, in my own opinion, it is very possible that they will use the same method and technology that they are using against illegal immigration, as we can see right here, where apparently they are not just picking up random people, but they are actually using technology from a specific company right here to track illegals via cell phones, credit card, and even their Uber, which, as we know, the federal government paid this specific company right here $30 million to build an immigration OS surveillance platform. Don't worry though, it's for peace and security. Whereas we saw throughout the year article after article like these ones right here, where the federal government to use immigration OS by this specific company a new AI system to track immigrants and their movements. As we can see articles like this right here, where documents offer a rare insight on the federal government's close relationship with this specific company right here. Now we continue to see this surveillance apparatus be constructed right in front of our eyes, with this news coming out a couple of days ago where Amazon's Ring cameras are expanding their surveillance reach through a partnership with Flock Safety. A specific company is backing this firm whose technology is widely used by law enforcement. The deal allows police and federal agencies to directly request footage from Ring users through an integrated portal. Remember guys, this is all for your peace and security, for the greater good. So now you may be wondering, what exactly does this company right here actually do? So now according to Michael Anderson with the question, what does this company actually do? Well, apparently they track everything. Phone logs, content, license plates, bank records, surveillance feeds. Then it finds hidden patterns and predicts what you'll do before you do it. Oh, how lovely. Well, it makes complete and total sense, since we live in a Twilight Zone episode, that they would name this company after a crystal ball in The Lord of the Rings that is used for communication and remote viewing, being able to see in the past and into the future. But hey, you know what? At least this technology right here is in the hands of good God-fearing men. Am I right? Am I right? Right? So now I'm not sure about you guys, but if I were to put on my own tinfoil hat wearing mindset, I would think or believe of the possibility that this whole situation right here, that sure does seem like it is being completely orchestrated, with the whole EBT SNAP benefits being cut on November 1st to cause as much civil unrest and chaos as possible to then bring in the hammer. I would think it would be a great time for that company to release their technology of tracking and tracing individuals who are going to break the law, right? Again, with this whole situation. I mean, she's not the only one, by the way. This idea that we're going to stick together November 3rd at 6:30, we're going to Walmart and we're going there and we are going to take everything and we're just going to leave, right? And then, like you heard in the original clip, they can't catch all of us, but I think they can. And the technology is here. Facial recognition, videos like this, so done, all right? That one's, logged and flagged. But again, talk about a great time to try out some new tech, able to track and trace everybody. Because here's the thing, guys, that this might happen, right? They might go in and walk out, and no one's going to capture him right away. Let him go home, let everyone think they got away. But no, everyone's face has been captured, their phone logs, whatever information they need, so then later they can be taken in to custody, just like the illegal immigration situation right now, where people are just being taken off the streets because of the same technology that is being used against them. Now, of course, this will all be done in the name of law and order.
All right, I'll go and stop there. We'll see, though. Again, I haven't really, I'm looking, let me just jump to live chat. I don't know, you guys, anybody heard anything, seen any news, your local news or anything about madness at Walmart or any of that kind of stuff? No? Here's Representative Anna Paulina Luna suggesting that interdimensional beings, let's talk about this, and connecting it with the Bible. So more and more, some of these big names are openly talking about this, that these aliens aren't from another galaxy, or they're not even extraterrestrial, they're interdimensional, as we know.
It's also some interesting stuff. And so what I'll tell you is that footage, the fact that it was dead dropped to Burleson, I'm certain that there's more of where that comes from, and we are going to push for the declassification of stuff that we've seen, because I think the American people deserve to see it. But I think, you're never going to have the U.S. government admit or try to explain something if it's also somewhat not specifically pertaining to national defense. So if it's not tech that we've made not involving a foreign government, I think that you're going to see a direct statement from that. What's interesting, and I kind of went into this with Joe Rogan, is when we were talking to some of the witnesses, they don't call them extraterrestrial. They call them interdimensional. There's also this aspect of these things defying physics as we know it. And then you look into texts that were removed from the Bible, like the Book of Enoch, that actually specifically address technologies, if you will, that were given to mankind or of entities not of human origin, non-human intelligence. So these are all things to consider when addressing the topic, but based on what I've seen, not speculating, based on the evidence that I've seen, there's something out there. And based on what I'm saying is it's not, I think that it's along the lines of that video that you just saw.
Have they shown you? Okay, so
I have to be careful, because I could get in trouble if I divulge what I've been shown in a skiff. So what I can tell you is I'm just telling you, as me not specifically addressing skiff stuff, that they're real. And I'm not the only one. You just saw the Secretary of State in a documentary addressing the same thing.
Yeah, that's a big step for disclosure, that new documentary.
I know it's a mind loop, right? But like Pinellas County, where I specifically represent, there's actually a high number of these reported sightings. But it's not just there. A lot of the members on the task force or that gavel into this, first of all, it's bipartisan and bicameral. Like we've had pretty much everyone's like circulated at one point, right, through task questions and whatnot. But members in Alaska, the member of Alaska specifically has a lot of reports of this. People that represent these areas. When you get calls to the office, I've seen a lot of kooky stuff too that I know that's like crazy, like provably false. That's AI, CGI, whatever. But then you have the stuff that you can't explain. And then you have the attacks on the witnesses that come forward to testify, which if it wasn't real, why would you try to be discrediting someone? Why is the Department of the VA leaking people's records to the press if it's not real? Right? It's like if if you're being told not to look under that rock, you might look under the rock. And so that actually happened to David Grush when he came forward to testify, is his medical records were leaked to the press.
Man, that's a dirty tactic right there, isn't it? Especially from the government turning against one of their own, the whistleblower. Caught on video, mysterious plane scanning homes with green lasers at 2:30 a.m. This says it is known as a LiDAR, owned by Randigo LLC. But this first comment says possibly LiDAR mapping. It happened out in Maui just before, you know what. So still, and 2:30 in the morning, I mean, leave people alone. As if that's normal. And they did have the reemergence of the mystery balloons showing up, the weather balloons, just a few weeks ago. Remember that? So maybe it makes you wonder. Makes me wonder. Possibilities are there. We are in those crazy times now. And oh yeah, this is really cool. This look what these guys found. This archaeological area. But most importantly, look at right here. Yeah, look at one of the things they found here. And who knows how old these are? And you'll see what I mean in a second. Check these guys out. And there's 6 digits on there. This guy's got 6 digits, so there's your Nephilim fallen angel. Historic truth and proof. It's a good one. All right, nice. From Myra Moore channel. Looks like we have a headline, I think, on this one. It says Brazil launches AI platform to identify and prosecute any critics of the LMNOP ideology. Oh boy, that's in Brazil. Wow. That's not fun. But again, more of this kind of digital tyranny we're seeing, going after people for their posts, becoming more and more common. God's people are rising up together, this young lady says.
Y'all may want to buckle up for this one. To every demon that is out there stalking the face of this earth, every evil spirit, this one, to every demon that is out there stalking the face of this earth, every evil spirit that is out here blatantly spitting in our faces, hear me and hear me well. Your days are numbered. Do not mistake my voice for weakness. Do not confuse my faith as me being fragile. I am covered by the blood of Jesus. I am sanctified in his glory. And I will be your worst nightmare. I'm not backing down, and I will tell you this right now. I will stand 10 toes down against Satan himself. I will never stop declaring the goodness, the mercy, and the forgiveness of my Lord and Savior, because I know it burns you. I know it terrifies you, because every time I speak the wonderful name of Jesus, you tremble, you shake, you break, because you know the Almighty, he reigns, and his power crushes yours. And yes, you've been given a moment, but your moment's almost gone. The last grains of your sand are slipping away. The army of God is rising. Fire is sweeping across nations, and voices are crying out the name of Jesus across this earth. Oh, and when his time comes, and it is soon and very soon, and you will be thrown back into the pit that you crawled out of, the deepest, darkest corners of hell. So hear me now. You better run, because we are coming like a holy fire, and we are taking every soul we can to the kingdom. So get thee behind me, Satan, because my God, he reigns, and your end is very, very soon.
Isn't that great? Gets you fired up, doesn't it? Yeah, she's a real warrior, that one. Love it. Good stuff. This is another one. UFO tracker shows thousands of eerie underwater objects lurking along U.S. coasts. And this is in the New York Post, which is a real big, has a real big reach. I guess big mainstreamish. But New York Post talking about it. UFO tracker spotting all these underwater, these USOs. Green lights. I wonder if that'll be part of the big show as they'll come out from above and below, right? Minnesota man arrested after posting a taking of life for hire TikTok video offering 45 grand bounty for Pam Bondi of all people. So looks like he's busted. But there's more of that big shift now towards straight up political, taking people out, right?
Leaving the strip club.
Really seeing a lot of it now over, like I said, so much so, Kristi Noem and some of the other big names in the administration, like I said, they're moving on to bases and housing on bases, military bases. This lady says, I saw the demons I was dancing for. I need to save that for next time because I didn't actually watch any of this time, so I'm going to save it for next week. We'll check it out. I like to watch some of these first, usually. And this is from young Ashley Hayes.
I know that every single thing that we're watching happen in this country and this world is being done intentionally. Every single move that they make is strategic and has been planned out for decades with a single goal in mind. Now, if you are a spirit-filled, Bible-believing Christian, then you know what that goal is. But if you are not, if you don't own a Bible, if you do not believe in God, and you don't really know what is going on, then let me shed some light on the subject for you. They want complete control. They want a world where people will be confined to their own area. Now, you also will be monitored 24/7. You will have zero privacy. So every single thing that you buy, everywhere that you go, every step that you take, every person that you interact with will be monitored. And you won't own anything, so you won't own a home. You'll rent a home, you'll rent a little pod, if you will. You'll rent even your bread maker. You will not own anything, but don't worry, they tell you that you'll be happy with that. Now, what they will also desire is that every single person be 100% dependent on them. So you will have universal basic income. Nobody will work because the entire society, the entire economy, the entire world will be ran by robotics. And that's exactly what we're starting to see now. Companies are laying off thousands of employees and replacing those employees with said robotics. They are also cutting benefits and cutting funding for food banks. Now, regardless of your political affiliation, regardless of your opinion on the matter, there were real people, elderly and children and single mothers, who were dependent on those benefits. Now, again, regardless of your opinion on the matter, what this situation does is it creates organized chaos. It puts people in a state of need. It puts people in a state of chaotic mindset. It puts people in a riot mindset. It puts people in looting mindsets. And what that ultimately does is creates a need for a total surveillance system. Creates a need for the military to step in and for this to be implemented. It creates a need for a total surveillance system ran by this company. Everything that we are watching is biblical. Everything that we are watching is intentional. But the sad reality is the majority of what we read, the majority of what we see on the news is a distraction. It is not the reality of what is happening. The reality of what is happening is straight biblical, it is straight spiritual, it is straight demonic, and it is happening behind the curtain. The ultimate end game goal with all of this is this. And it is something that you will insert into your body that will allow you to participate in society. So without this, you will be completely cut off from society. That means no grocery store. That means you will not be able to own a vehicle. You will not be able to rent a vehicle. You will not be able to rent an apartment, a home. You will not be able to own a home. You will not be able to purchase clothing. You will be completely cut off from society. No water, no food, nothing. You will also be hunted down and unalived.
Gross.
And that is the reality of what is coming. That is not to fearmonger, that is to educate. Because that is the biblical truth. That is what is happening. And we are watching the beginning stages. We are watching the organized chaos be implemented. We are watching all of this strategically be done to create a world that will ultimately end in that. Now, if you get this mark in order to buy food for your family, in order to stay alive, it will alter your DNA in such a way that you are no longer fully human. And that is the goal.
Yep.
Because Satan thinks he is God. He literally thinks he is God. So he's going to do everything that God has done. God created mankind in his own image. So Satan will create man. He will alter man in his own image. And when you get that mark, you are no longer redeemable by the blood of Jesus Christ. You will no longer, your eternity is set in stone. You will go to hell. I don't say that to sound harsh. That is the reality. That is the reality of the situation. Heaven and hell are very real. And if you end up in hell, it is 100% by your choice. That is what the living word of God tells us. The scripture tells us that if you receive that mark, you will burn in hell for eternity. Satan wants to rule this world as God with his own creation, with his own version of mankind. Because in his level of pride and arrogance, he still thinks that he can rewrite the ending. He knows what is written in the living word of God. He knows scripture better than any of us. But he thinks that he can change the ending. If you do not know Jesus Christ as your personal Lord and Savior, know that he is real. He walked this earth and he died for you. He thought of you when he went to that cross, whether you acknowledge him or not. He thought of and died for you. We are all sinful. And we need a savior. We are born into sin. From the moment of birth, we are on the trajectory to hell.
That's right. Thanks, Ashley. Indeed, yes, the most important decision you can ever make, and you should make it. Soon, my friend, it's the future of incarceration. Look at this.
It's too late, but
this really is some sci-fi movie stuff here they're bringing in. Minority Report style.
Longer about us, honestly. I think it's too late, but it's about our generations to come. Your children, your grandchildren, your great-grandchildren. There is a company called Cognify. If you Google it and watch their video, and it's the future of incarceration, is what it's titled. With this Cognify system, let's say you do a crime, or maybe you act out against the government, or you have a belief system that is not consistent with the country that you live in, and you are prosecuted for a crime by their definition. You will then get an opportunity to choose. Let's just use this for hypothetical. A measly petty theft. You can spend 50 years in prison, or you can go through the Cognify process, which in 3 minutes, they will imprint memory sets. So let's say there was someone who was even harmed by the crime that you did. You will be able to feel the emotions of your victim, the emotions that the family members went through, all of that. You will be forced to have the empathy. And you will feel like you've been imprisoned for 25 years or whatever it may be, but it's only 3 minutes.
This is Black Mirror type stuff.
Yes, so it's only 3 minutes. And I'm not joking. You watch it and it will just blow you away. But remember, they say this is for the goodness of society. Okay, would you trust your government with your memory sets?
I mean, wow, right? Really think about that. I'll be looking for more on that story as things come out, but that is just something else. That really is Black Mirror style. Creepy, man. 25 years in 3 minutes. Yeah, they had that. That's actually it's a really good episode. It has the actor John Hamm in it. And that's one where, he goes into people's memories that committed crimes, and he can make them feel like they're doing, 1,000 years in just a matter of seconds and minutes and stuff. It's crazy, You speed up their time in there. And at one point, he gets in trouble for all the bad things he does. And everyone has, chip technology, so they're all connected. And he gets blocked from society, which means everybody he sees, you can't really hear what they're saying. They just look like black and white television sets, like buzz, buzz, just the buzz. It's kind of weird. Anyway, so it got me thinking. 7 books that was banned from the Bible, this says.
7 books that were banned from the Bible. The Book of Enoch reveals the shocking story of angels who descended to earth and corrupted mankind. The Book of Jubilees retells Genesis with secrets about time and divine calendars. The Gospel of Thomas contains hidden sayings of Jesus, some too mystical for the early church. The Apocalypse of Peter gives graphic descriptions of hell that were deemed too disturbing. The Book of Wisdom speaks directly about spiritual warfare in the afterlife. 2nd Esdras predicts end times events with terrifying accuracy, and the Book of Baruch questions Babylon and Roman rule, making it politically dangerous. These books weren't banned randomly. They were stripped away to control what you could know about heaven, hell, and the supernatural world behind our own. 7 books that were banned.
Interesting stuff there, eh? Some of you've probably read. So I bet some of you out there's probably read all those. I haven't, but I've read a little bit of some. Says, so I got baptized this Sunday, this young man says, so let's see what his experience is.
It's one of the last things I ever thought I'd do in my life. It definitely wasn't on my bingo card for the year. I've been an atheist for 27 years for a reason. I don't want to dump on you guys or get deep, but I had a really rough childhood growing up. I had a lot of trauma. And because of that, I resented religion. I turned away from God. I had a closed mind. I grew up thinking, if there is a God, then I'm pissed. And that sucks. That's a shitty way to think. I definitely know now that that was my own feelings and resentment and ego getting in the way. And I was blocking my own blessings. And so a couple months ago, I feel like God finally reached out to me whenever I was ready. And I had an open mind to it. And I followed down the rabbit hole, decided to get baptized. And I didn't think it was going to make much of a difference. But after getting baptized, it is night and day. I finally feel like there's this immense weight just off my shoulders. I feel like I'm whole. I no longer feel broken because of the things that happened to me. And I no longer feel like I need somebody in my life to make me happy.
Good. It's a good place to be.
I now feel like that comes from me, that comes from myself, from within, and that comes from God. And that is incredibly freeing. And lastly, I feel like my prayers are finally getting answered. Even when I wasn't religious, I would still pray just in case. And I felt like my prayers are never getting answered, and that sucked. But for once, I feel like they finally are. And that's awesome. Anyways, I just wanted to make this, in case this resonates with anybody. If you feel like you're in a similar journey, or, this sounds familiar to you, just try to keep an open mind. Don't block your own blessings. If you feel like God's trying to reach out, maybe just try listening.
Great message, sir. Welcome aboard to our brother in Christ. Awesome. Love to see it. Nanny State Alert. Instead of revoking CDLs or deporting the unwelcome visitors, California governor just signed a law forcing children to stay in booster seats until they're nearly 16 years old, unless they can pass a state fitness test. That's right. California can't fix crime, schools, or the border, but it'll ticket parents $490 if their 15-year-old isn't buckled like a toddler. Can you imagine? I mean, just the madness. It's totally like circus world stuff. Clown world. Honk, honk.
Oh my God, thank God I don't live in California. New California law requires booster seat for kids and teens ages 8 to 16 years old. And if you're asking if that shit is true, yes. California has passed a new law, Assembly Bill 435, regarding child passenger safety, which indirectly affects booster seat usage for older kids by introducing a mandatory 5-step seatbelt fit test. The law is going to take effect on January 1st of 2027, just in time for that rally race you're going to be on the California roads in. The year after that, they're probably going to want your cars to have roll cages if you have children. If you live in California, let me know what you think about.
Oh boy, I just think it's madness. And as the post stated, that there's so much more they could be concerned about right now out there, right? But no. JD Vance says he isn't sure whether UFOs and aliens are truly beings from another planet or not. I'd led my new video with that news story, because more and more they're talking about this.
You know, I don't, it's interesting. I wouldn't say that I do or don't believe it. I mean, I'm a big believer that there are things out there that we can't explain. And so if another person sees an alien, maybe I see an angel or a demon. So I'm a big believer that there are like spiritual forces working on the physical world that a lot of us don't see and a lot of us don't understand and a lot of us don't appreciate. But, you know, is it aliens or is it our guardian angel, or is it aliens or is it a not so guardian force that doesn't care about us or in fact actively wishes us harm? I don't know the answer to that question. What I try to do is I try to say my prayers. I try to be as good of a person as I can be, and I try to do a good job, and hopefully that's all I need to do.
Terrific. Thank you so much, Vice
Thanks,
President.
All right, there you have it. So yeah, but he has talked a lot about that. I think him and Tucker even talked about it, because I know Tucker talks a lot about it, them being spiritual beings. It's good to hear. What, sir? Give me a moment, okay? Thanks. Senator John Kennedy exposes the U.S. Department of Interior under Biden created a DIE program for walls for owls. Can you believe it, man? The waste, right?
The Department of Interior is mad at the barred owl because the barred owl's a better hunter. The barred owl is just a better hunter. That's just the way it is. You know, just like the Senate president is better looking than me, I accept that. That's the way God made us.
Hey.
God just made the barred owl a better hunter. And the Department of Interior is all up in arms. They say this is threatening the spotted owl. Now, the spotted owl isn't on the endangered species list, but they say this isn't fair. The barred owl is a better hunter than the spotted owl, and that's causing the spotted owl's population to decrease. So the Department of Interior, in its infinite wisdom, has come up with DEI for owls. They've come up with quotas for owls. The barred owl, because nature, God, whatever you believe in, made them better hunters, now has to give up its rights, has to give up its life, because the spotted owl is not as good of a hunter.
It's madness. It is idiocracy. I saw someone say that, and it really is. That brings us to the very last clip, so I got to say thanks again, guys, all of y'all, for being here. Wonderful to have you. Let's check this out. Three-Eye Atlas is the claim over Moscow. A strange green visitor appears. So this is the claim, and I don't know how real a lot of these things are, because from what I understand, it's supposed to be somewhere behind the sun or something. Like, we'll have a better view of it within the next few months. Anyway, so that's okay. We'll end on that one. That's fine. It's not the greatest, but it's not the worst. Either way, we put in the work today, over 4.5 hours long, man. Beautiful. Thanks again, you guys, for being here. Tamara, thanks for all you do. Appreciate you. Thanks, guys. Thanks to the memberships and the whales, of course, and Subscribe Star folks, of course, and all who support the videos and shows whichever way you do. It's a blessing. Thanks for doing that for so long, helping me stay in it this long. Check out my old school YouTube channel. I was blessed to get it back a few weeks back, or within a week or so. I guess it's been a couple weeks. Called The Scariest Movie Ever. Lots of great old videos there and old shows. So check that out. And I always do want to share this about salvation at the end of my shows, just because I need to share the most important information with you ever. I don't even have to know you. I still care about you, and I know that this is the most important information ever that I could share with you. Let's see. Scroll down some, but it's as simple as, just admitting you're a sinner and confessing with your mouth that Jesus Christ is Lord, admitting you need to be saved, want to be saved, believing in your heart His whole story is true. He really came here, our creator of all things, man.
came here in the flesh as Jesus, lived a perfect life, died a horrible death, was buried, resurrected 3 days later, ascended. He's coming back, went to heaven. He's coming back for his bride. Okay, so, and that's any time soon. All the things are lining up. It's getting crazier and crazier out there. If you can't tell, hopefully that's what my show does for people. It shows them that. And I know sometimes you may get scared, but if you don't have Jesus, honestly, you should be really concerned, because he warned, we're going into the worst time ever the world is soon. So he's coming for his bride. So just trust in him. Build a relationship with him. It doesn't have to be a religious thing or anything. Like, just do it. You can do it today, like right now, on your own. Or you can also choose to be baptized in a church you can find. Pray about it first, which church, if you actually want to do that. You don't have to be baptized, but just as a public thing, it's a thing. So now it's not that complicated. It's really something you can do privately. Simply just believe it, know it's true, and then trust in him. Build a relationship with him. Read the Bible with him, all that. Pray, talk to him. He's real. He's right. He resides within you then, so please do. Salvation is found in no one else, for there is no other name under heaven given to mankind by which we must be saved, and that is Jesus. Jesus even said, I am the way and the truth and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me. So only through Christ's sacrifice, his beautiful blood sacrifice, that covers all your sins, no matter how heinous, past, present, and future. So please trust in him, okay? Thank you. And I'll say a prayer before we go. Heavenly Father, thanks for all these lovely souls, this great family around these live shows. I truly appreciate each and every one, and they're always a blessing. And just thanks for giving us the Holy Spirit, where we can go through this kind of information and be reasonable about it. It doesn't affect our lives. We're picking apart this end times, and we know what's coming soon. So even on that note, I pray we're all found worthy to escape the things coming upon the earth as we're told to do. And thanks for all the blessings you provide in our life, everything that you provide, which is really all things. All good things come from you. So thank you for that. And to just help all the people out there that really need it right now with health and finances. A lot of people are under attack. So excuse me, Father, thanks for your protection out there, your added protection. And we love you, Lord. And in Jesus' name I pray, amen. All right. Thanks again, you guys. I want to jump over here to the chat with you for a second. I'll throw a little background up here. I'll do that. That's a good one. That's a good one. Happy 111. Yes, 11/1/111. So far, so good. Hoping that everything went good out there in your local stores and Walmarts, and there was no bad things happening. And, we'll see how it goes. I'm sure there were a lot of people praying against it, too, which is a good thing. Hey, Crypto NYC, Chili Peen, Daryl Calhoun, Stacy Del Bucchia, John Billy, King of Kong, Gina MH. Good to see you guys. Disasteroid, Rich Mapper, Est1983, Cheesy 12384, Kava, K Jones, R5000, Brandon, Kyle. Thanks again, you guys. I appreciate you being here. Thanks once again, Tamara. Thanks again for the support, you guys. Really appreciate it. Of course, always can use the support. Working on some things for membership, so huge shout out for that. And of course, the Rumble Wells, and like I said, Subscribe Star fam. I'll be checking the P.O. Box this week. I recently wrote some people back, so I hope you all got your cards. And that's it, man. I think we'll let you go. As for this week, I'm not sure what we're going to do Friday night on YouTube. We'll have some kind of a show lined up. I'm going to be working on other side things like shorter videos, music videos. I need to finish up a couple of these things if I can soon. And those will be things I post elsewhere other than YouTube. But then I may start doing some shorts on the scariest movie ever. I'm just tinkering around this week. But I'm going to have some live shows lined up and some things for the end of the week. So cool. And other than that, we have this Monday over on Rumble under KJOZBORNE YouTube or Rumble channel. We have the uncensored show, KJ's What Happened, so be there if you can. Hey, Hannah Bonanza, good to see you. Stephanie Torres, good to see y'all. Scory Mori, what a crowd. L. Ivy, got a great crowd here today. Good to see y'all. So yeah, you guys enjoy the rest of your weekend. I'll see you Monday over on Rumble, and if you can't make it live, just please check it out later. David Ashield, Red Dark Side, T. Kerr, Kelsey. Pleasure to have you all, man. Love all you guys. Appreciate you. Have a wonderful 111. And I'm going to go check the news myself and start seeing if anything's going on out there. Hopefully not. We'll see. And that's it. Then I'll be ready for Monday's show. Then I'll have something lined up for this week for us and just can't wait. So, and also don't forget to check out my new video. I just dropped it yesterday. Cool? All right. Yeah, it was yesterday. There we go. All right, you guys. Hey, so love you, man. Appreciate you. I'll talk to you in a couple days. Thanks again, Tamara. And I'll see you guys soon.